Chapter 1355. At the center of the heavenly dipper array in the Broken Nation, in a pavilion on an island, a few pseudo-divine transformation realm cultivators sat in a circle with fire spirit supremacy and ice spirit supremacy sitting in the middle. Their faces were pale, and their bodies were boiling with heat and coldness. The pseudo-divine transformation realm cultivators around them were casting spells. Their willpower mixed with their true essence and entered their bodies. After about a day, the primordial spirit lords of the Five Spirits Temple finally regained some color on their pale faces, and their primordial spirits also stabilized. Fire Spirit Lord stood up slowly and saluted to the pseudo-soul formation stage cultivators. "Thank you for your help. Otherwise, my junior brother and I would have to spend a lot of time to stabilize our primordial spirits." Shui Bihua, from the 13 nations of Eastern Cloud, asked curiously, "You look like you have just reached the pseudo-soul formation stage. What happened? Did something go wrong while cultivating some kind of primordial spirit secret art?" The others also looked at the two in confusion. Fire Spirit Lord's face twitched, and he heaved a sigh. "If I'm not wrong, it should be Master Lu's doing." Everyone was shocked. "Master Lu? You fought with Master Lu? Isn't Pavilion Master Lu cultivating his 3 heads and 6 arms in seclusion?" Hearing this, Fairy Behan remembered what happened 80 years ago at the North Pole Mountain. A glint of thought flashed in her eyes, but she didn't say anything. Ice Spirit Supremacy smiled bitterly and said, "Back then, Pavilion Master Lu said that he would borrow our primordial chi field to cultivate his remarkable power. I didn't expect that this kind of remarkable power would almost squeeze my seniors well out of the primordial chi field. If Master Lu didn't stop at the last moment, our primordial spirits would have been severely injured." Goob Deming heard this and murmured, "I heard from my disciples that there was an essence chi phenomenon in the West Sea State. I thought someone from the Five Spirits Temple was trying to reach the pseudo-soul formation stage. I didn't expect it to be Master Lu." Taoist Blue Wind pondered and said, "Master Lu's Yuan absorption ability is something that even the Big Dipper 36 formation can't beat. It's not surprising that he can compress the will of a Yuan Qi domain." He advised, "Please bear with it for the time being. When Master Lu has mastered the 3 heads and 6 arms technique, he will be able to destroy this great demonic fog formation." "I hope so." When Flame Spirit Supremacy said this, he suddenly looked at Qing Yun's sex, Mo Qing, with a strange look. Seeing this, Mo Qing somehow had an ominous feeling. Then, he remembered that 80 years ago, Lu Kuan made a deal with a few semi-god realm cultivators of the Great Zhou dynasty. One of them said that he would be cultivating some kind of abigina in the Great Zhou Empire's vital chi domain. When the time came, there would be some abnormal changes in the heaven and earth vital chi, so they should not make a fuss about it. Could it be? He didn't know if it was a coincidence, but just as he thought of this, the mocking intent in his body suddenly trembled. His primordial spirit seemed to be continuously attacked by some kind of terrifying force. "Damn it! You call this only a little abnormal? Fellow Taoists, help me." Everyone also noticed Mo Qing's trembling primordial spirit, but they reacted quickly. They surrounded him and used the same method to help him stabilize his primordial spirit. Deep in a valley within the Qing Yun sex territory in the Great Yuan State, Lu Kuan's mind was immersed in his dantian. He sensed the balls of white vital chi above the bloodline pool. He realized that the mocking intent was much more stable than the 2 supremacies of ice and fire. Although the vital chi was also sinking, the speed was very slow. Mo Qing seems to have comprehended the power of will on his own. Not bad, not bad. If this is the case, I have more time." He then put his mind on the bloodline pool. On the left side, the demon race's bloodline origin was mixed with a brutal intent. It was close to the edge of the inner heart island. On the right side, it was the strength bloodline pool. Although the demonic ape transformations rune is also a hyperboloid structure, the bloodline origin is the long-armed ape monkey's bloodline. The particles are much thicker than the human race's. The demon race's bloodline origin seems to be directly embedded in the particles. Lu Kuan recalled the rune structure. A strength rune water droplet surged out of the bloodline pool. Then, many demon race's bloodline origin particles that looked like bone spurs flew over under his control like tiny flying needles. The fluctuations of the hyperboloid rune's divine ability seemed to have no effect on these bone spur particles. They directly let these tiny flying needles enter the rune structure. Within the strength rune's hyperboloid, the human race's bloodline origin particles were like muscle fibers. The frenzy intent was like fascia, those bone spur particles naturally inserted into the muscle fibers. Seeing this, Lu Kuan's mind moved. A ball of brutal intent rushed over and tried to stick to these long needles. Well, a vibration flashed. The brutal intent did not stick to the long needles. Instead, it injected some kind of power into the long needles, causing the latter to drive the entire hyperboloid rune to rotate and emit a faint, strange fluctuation. It seems to work in a similar way to the demonic ape transformation. I've long since abandoned this kind of active divine ability. The key is to passively increase power. I have to find a way to integrate the brutal intent into it. Lu Kuan thought for a moment. Many human races' bloodline origin particles surged out of the bloodline pool. These tiny muscle fibers flew to the long needles and wrapped around the other end. At this time, one end of the demon race's bloodline origin was inserted into the hyperboloid rune, and the other end was wrapped by the human race's bloodline origin. When I condensed the true demon bloodline rune before, the two ends of the bone spur particles were wrapped by the human race's bloodline origin. That's how the brutal intent was successfully connected. Then, Lu Kuan mobilized the demon race's brutal intent. This intent smoothly landed on the other end of the bone spur. Then, a special suction force appeared. The upper and lower arcs of the hyperboloid rune began to draw closer to the center. Pop! A crisp sound was heard. Under the adhesion of the bone spur particles and the brutal intent, the hyperboloid rune actually closed and turned into a hyperboloid rune. Each hyperboloid rune had a bone spur inserted horizontally. The center of the bone spur flashed with the black light of the brutal intent. The structure is very stable. Did I succeed? But this hyperboloid rune looks a bit familiar. Lu Kuan stilled, but then he sighed softly in his mind. What's the use of stable structure? The frenzy intent is on the side of the hyperboloid rune, and the brutal intent is in the bone spur in the middle. The two have no way to merge. And this structure doesn't give off any divine ability fluctuations. Other than the structure being stable, it seems to be useless. As this thought flashed through his mind, the human race bloodline origin inside the hyperboloid rune broke apart and turned back into the hyperboloid rune with the bone spur. Just now, I focused on stabilizing the structure. Now, I can prioritize the combination of the two intents. Because there was more time, Lu Kuan calmed his mind and thought. First, the two intents must have a point of convergence. The bone spur particles should not be inserted into the muscle fiber particles. They should be in contact with the frenzy intent. Thinking of this, the bone spur in the hyperboloid rune began to move, sliding from the muscle fiber to the node of the frenzy intent. However, the two did not seem to have anything in common. They could not be glued together and were very loose. With a thought, Lu Kuan wrapped a muscle fiber around the hyperboloid rune. The human race bloodline origin particle covered it, and the hyperboloid rune successfully merged with the frenzy intent. Then, just like before, add the brutal intent to the other end of the hyperboloid rune. The brutal intent on the surface of the inner viscera island gushed out and wrapped around the other end of the hyperboloid rune. Then, the same scene as before appeared. The hyperboloid rune began to absorb the brutal intent. The two curved hyperboloid rune attracted each other and closed into a hyperboloid rune. What was different this time was that there was only a demon race bloodline origin particle between the frenzy intent and the brutal intent. Even so, the two intents did not show any signs of merging. Lu Kuan tried to use his mind to control it, but the hyperboloid rune in the middle was like a huge resistance. The two intents did not show any signs of moving. The fusion of the two intents has only been achieved on the Snow Soul dual blades. The Spirit Blade and the Devil Blade were formed by the fusion of my Essence Blood and Demon Bone Essence. If the Snow Soul dual blades were from a macroscopic perspective, then the Bloodline rune structure in the Bloodline pool would be from a microscopic perspective. Then, the Inner Guts rune, as he thought, the hyperboloid rune and the hyperboloid rune trembled slightly. The muscle fibers that were originally wrapped around the hyperboloid rune began to extend. Gradually, the hyperboloid rune and the muscle fibers intertwined. The latter was like a thin and long line, forming a strange pattern on the hyperboloid rune. If this pattern was enlarged, it seemed to be somewhat similar to the inner pattern of the Snow Soul dual blades. Under the urging of Lu Kuan, the two intents became restless. They followed the pattern on the hyperboloid rune and intertwined bit by bit. One yellow and one black. Two rays of light intertwined with each other, and a faint golden ray of light appeared. At this time, the hyperboloid rune structure trembled violently. A strange wave spread out from it, and it seemed to be some kind of special magical wave. Kacha! A slight cracking sound could be heard. The hyperboloid rune structure suddenly broke from the middle and turned into two rings. The center of the rings was a black, brutal intent. The radial-shaped hyperboloid rune structure in the middle of the rings shone with a golden light. Lu Kuan was dumbfounded as he sensed this scene. But soon, the two rings seemed to be unable to withstand the magical wave and shattered. Failed again. Lu Kuan calmed his mind and continued to analyze. The first hyperboloid rune structure was very stable, but the two intents were unable to intertwine. There was also no bloodline magical wave. The second hyperboloid rune structure, the two intents were able to forcefully fuse. However, the wave produced after the fusion caused the hyperboloid rune structure to split into two rings. One focuses on the structure, while the other focuses on the fusion of the intents. If there is a way to combine the advantages of the two, would it be a success? Lu Kuan kept thinking about the two different structures in his mind. For some reason, he felt that he had seen the two rune structures before. That's strange. Hyperboloid, circular ring, and there are even bars in it. If I had seen such a strange structure, I definitely wouldn't have forgotten it. Or rather, I didn't see it in the world of cultivators. At this moment, Lu Kuan seemed to have thought of something, and he suddenly began to mutter to himself. Hyperboloid, double ellipse inlaid with horizontal bars, circle with built-in radius bars. If these rune structures are transformed into a 3D model, wouldn't it be double helix structure, the double helix structure of DNA? Chapter 1356. Thank you, fellow Taoists. I'm much better now. Mo Qing wiped the sweat from his forehead and stood up shakily. Seeing this scene, the surrounding semi-god realm cultivators all realized that Pavilion Master Lu had ended his divine power. Then, they all looked at Gu Deming with a strange look and very tacitly surrounded the great supreme elder of the Xian sect, ready to cast spells to help at any time. The corner of Gu Deming's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. According to his previous experiences, Pavilion Master Lu would only use his divine power once in one essence energy domain. After that, he would come to another essence energy domain a day later. Now that he thought about it, among the soul formation cultivators of the Great Zhou dynasty, only Gu Deming's realm wasn't affected. The Xian sect's territory was right next to the Blue Cloud sect's territory, so he would be treated the same way in less than a day. At this moment, everyone suddenly felt the jade pendant at their waist moving, and they looked toward the entrance of the Broken Kingdom. Two burly figures appeared there, and one of them had a golden-haired monkey lying on his shoulder. Isn't that Master Lu? Why did he enter the Broken Kingdom? Did he finish cultivating his divine power and get rid of the demonic fog? Please guard the array. Lu is going to the depths of the Broken Kingdom to cultivate a secret technique. Along with Lu Kuan's voice transmission, his blurry escape light passed through the Guiyuan River and shot towards the northeast. Gu Deming heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. No one was willing to suffer the pain of having their soul shaken for no reason. Although he had never experienced it before, he felt uncomfortable all over when he thought of someone being able to heavily injure his soul from a distance. Fairy Beihan saw the direction Lu Kuan was flying toward and was shocked. She said with dry lips, "Please protect me. Master Lu might be going to my realm." Fairy Beihan broke through in the Broken Kingdom? Strange, I thought fellow Taoist Gu would be next. Fairy Beihan, don't worry. With us here, the Yuan spirit will be fine. Lu Kuan, what exactly is the double helix rune structure you spoke of? You've only deduced it and have yet to successfully condense it. Why are you so confident that you want to directly break through? Hong Yintian said with a frown as he stood within the distorted force field. Lu Kuan had been pondering with his head lowered. When he heard Hong Yintian's question, he slowly said, "Because I don't have much time to experiment. There's only one chance to condense this double helix rune." Only one chance? Hong Yintian was even more confused. Lu Kuan said seriously, "Yes, according to my deduction, the prerequisite to forming this double helix rune is to first shatter and reassemble the strength bloodline rune." Collapse and reassemble? Lu Kuan, you're crazy. Lu Kuan, won't your cultivation level drop if you do this? How can I manifest my internal organs and dantian when I've lost my elemental power? The strength bloodline rune comes from the long-armed giant ape and has been verified by its bloodline ability. Your double helix structure is just a deduction without any basis. The risk is too great. Hong Yintian and Xiao Jin were both shocked and tried to dissuade him. Lu Kuan's elemental power breakthrough method was to condense the strength bloodline rune and double the physical strength of the late bone transformation stage to enter the Zongyuan stage. Now he wanted to shatter his own strength rune and change it into a double helix rune. Was he crazy? Lu Kuan took a deep breath and said, "Brother Hong, lend me a ball of blood essence." Hong Yintian was stunned and didn't say anything. He flicked his finger and a ball of black blood shot out. Lu Kuan took it into his left palm. Under the control of an invisible force, this ball of black blood rapidly changed and soon turned into a ring made of bone spikes. Then the demonic chi around them surged with traces of black halos. These demonic chi embellished the edges of the bone spikes, blooming with a faint black halo. Lu Kuan slowly said, "This is the rune of the true demon bloodline. The bone spurs on it are the combination of the demon race's and human race's bloodline origin particles, and that halo can be seen as the brutal intent." Hong Yintian naturally knew the structure of this rune, but he didn't understand what Lu Kuan wanted to do, so he didn't say anything. Then Lu Kuan's origin force field surged. The black halo on the ring suddenly elongated, forming short lines that pointed to the center of the ring, forming a ring structure inlaid with radius strips. He said, "The structure of this true demon rune hasn't changed at all. It's just elongated the brutal intent. The bloodline rune's ability won't disappear because of this slight change. For the time being, let's treat this ring structure inlaid with radius strips as the true demon bloodline rune." After saying that, Lu Kuan stretched out his right hand. A ball of silver blood essence emerged from it, twisting into a silver line. The surrounding spiritual chi was absorbed and turned into white dots of light. It quickly turned into a long line with flat muscle fibers connected to it. Between each muscle fiber, there was a white dot of light. The muscle fibers can be regarded as the human bloodline origin particles, and the dots of light are the frenzy intent. As he spoke, another ball of blood essence appeared in his right palm, condensing into the same silver line. Then the two lines intersected, and the flat muscle fibers in the middle twisted and fused together, forming a hyperboloid structure. This is the structure of the strength bloodline rune. Hong Yintian and Xiao Jin observed from the side. Lu Kuan's demonstration was very vivid and could be understood at a glance. Now, let's split the two rune structures. Lu Kuan's right hand trembled slightly, and the hyperboloid structure of the strength rune trembled, leaving only a vertical silver line. The ring of the true demon rune on his left hand broke and turned into a black line. Then his palms faced each other. His right hand was above, and his left hand was below. The silver line on his right hand drew a circle as it drooped down, turning into a spiral chain that drooped down. The black line on his left hand drew a circle as it climbed up, but the direction of the circle was the opposite of the silver line. It was a spiral chain that climbed up. Under the gaze of Hong, Yintian, and Xiao Jin, one silver and one black, one going down and one going up, the two spiral chains quickly intersected. However, they didn't touch each other. Instead, they formed a parallel spiral that rotated on the same axis. Then, under the control of Lu Kuan's first essence power, the black and white yuan qi in the middle of the two chains lit up. They turned into short rods that attempted to extend towards the opposite chain. However, the two completely different yuan qi had a strong repulsive feeling. The black and white short rods were unable to merge together. At this moment, Lu Kuan opened his mouth and spat out a silver blood mist. The mist twisted and turned into tiny bone spikes. These bone spikes flew towards the double helix structure. Every silver bone spike was embedded in the middle of the black and white yuan qi short rods. It was like a special medium that connected the yuan qi short rods together. When Lu Kuan saw this, he released his hands. An invisible force field surged, controlling the double helix structure that was connected by the black and white short rods to rotate. As the double helix structure rotated, its circular cross-section faced everyone. At this moment, Lu Kuan's calm voice came out of his mouth. "Look, doesn't this angle look like a true demon rune?" The human and Yao looked over and realized that from the cross-section, the double helix structure looked like a circle embedded with radii. Now, from the side, it looks like a strength rune structure. Following Lu Kuan's words, the double helix structure rotated in a direction, revealing its side. The lines of the helix were superimposed on the side. If one looked at the intersecting points as nodes, it looked like a hyperboloid structure. However, if one looked at it from a further angle, it looked like a double oval structure embedded with short rods. This structure actually contains both true demon runes and strength runes at the same time. If the black and white light spots are the intent of brutality and frenzy, then under this spiral structure, the two wills can be merged together. Hong Yintian and Xiao Jin were shocked. Previously, when they heard Lu Kuan's description, they did not have any idea. However, after demonstrating it, this structure actually perfectly merged the two bloodline runes. It even provided a way to merge wills. The double helix that was rotating in front of Lu Kuan had a strange beauty in their eyes. It also seemed to contain some kind of awe-inspiring power. Chapter 1357. Lu Kuan and the others quickly flew through the skies of the broken country. First, they flew through a vast expanse of white ice. Then, they shrunk their bodies and passed through numerous spatial cracks before finally arriving at an Arctic mountain range covered in ice and snow. They landed beside the teleportation array set up by the Northern Yuan sect and looked at the incomparably dense demonic qi at the bottom of the cliff. Lu Kuan revealed a satisfied expression and said, "The demonic mist array of the demon race has caused the demonic qi in the Broken Kingdom to be divided again. Fortunately, the demonic qi here in the North Pole Mountain is not affected. It is suitable for a breakthrough." Speaking until here, he turned his head and looked at the towering mountain peak behind him and said, "By the way, Brother Hong, are you sure the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi inside the North Pole Mountain is not affected? Don't injure the Northern Han Ferry heavily. After all, we still need them to maintain the reverse spirit channel." Hong Yintian shook his head and said, "The teleportation array inside was set up by the Grand Elder himself. Yuan Qi can only enter and not exit. The only weak point of that space is the bottom. However, that place is filled with dense demonic qi and spatial cracks. If you can suck up all the demonic qi at the bottom of the North Pole Mountain, you won't be able to affect the spirit Yuan Qi inside the North Pole Mountain. Lu Kuan nodded and waved his hand. At the edge of the teleportation array, a vacant stone was forcefully pulled out by an invisible force. The blue light on the array quickly dimmed. "Let's go. We'll find a suitable place." After they left, they flew around the North Pole mountain range. After spending half a day, they landed at the edge of an extremely wide abyss. On both sides of this abyss were two towering snow-capped peaks. Everywhere they looked was filled with dense and pure spirit Yuan Qi. The bottom of the abyss in front of them was the place with the densest demonic Qi in the North Pole mountain range. The teleportation array of the Northern Yuan sect had failed, and the surroundings were densely packed with spatial cracks. This place seemed to be covered by a natural seal and was incomparably safe. They did not open up any temporary cave abode and directly stood on an ice rock at the edge of the abyss. Lu Kuan slowly said, "This time is different from the previous 2 times. As the power runes crumble, my physical strength rapidly declines. My internal organs and dantian will not be able to manifest due to the lack of source energy. Therefore, on the basis of our physical fusion, we still need to transform into a 3-headed and 6-armed form. This will allow me to borrow your strength to maintain the manifestation of my internal organs and dantian. Fortunately, I'm only using full nascent soul power. My physical body and consciousness are enough to control it. There's no need to use the underworld spirit crystal." Hong Yuntian and Xiao Jin listened attentively. After they saw the perfect fusion of the 2 bloodline runes in the double helix structure, they did not try to persuade Lu Kuan to give up. Instead, they did their best to help him break through. Accompanied by a beam of spiritual light, 2 purplish-black flesh balls, one large and one small, appeared in Lu Kuan's hand. He tossed them to Hong Yuntian and said, "Since 80 years ago, we've captured a total of 2 Devil Kings and 1 Devil Emperor, and refined 3 flesh essence pills. The first 3 experiments have already consumed more than half of the first one. This time, the amount of demon race bloodline essence consumed for this breakthrough is probably no less than the amount of bloodline essence in my body. Prepare everything." "All right." Hong Yuntian accepted the 2 flesh pills and merged them into his palm. Lu Kuan looked at the space crack in the sky and slowly said, "Whether or not I can break through with the violent will depend on this. Let's begin." Hong Yuntian and Xiao Jin heard this, and both took a deep breath. The blood in their bodies surged. Just like the previous few times, they changed their forms and merged into Lu Kuan's body. However, this time, they were meticulous in every step of the fusion. This was Lu Kuan's official breakthrough, and the risk involved was far beyond their expectations. If they failed, Lu Kuan's cultivation would fall back to the late stage of bone transformation. Without the protection of the Zhengyuan body cultivator, the immortal cultivation world would not be able to resist the invasion of the demon race. Such a critical breakthrough did not allow them to make any mistakes. After a while, Hong Yuntian and Xiao Jin's bodies squeezed into Lu Kuan's chest. Then, they used the divine sense unification technique to fuse the 3 bodies together. Then, Lu Kuan's spine bulged from the thoracic vertebrae. 2 spines, one silver and one yellow, appeared. They grew upwards, and black and yellow flesh and blood gushed out for the surface at the same time, forming 2 brand new shoulders. After the shoulders appeared, the flesh and blood spines continued to roll, condensing into a bald horse-faced head and a golden-haired, 4-eared monkey head. One of them had unyielding eyes, and the other was full of resentment. Soon, the demonic tattooed arms and the golden-haired giant arms on both sides also grew out. However, these 2 pairs of arms seemed to be weak and powerless, quietly hanging there. At the same time, the Snow Soul dual blades emitted a black and white halo, extending outwards along the ball of internal organs, protecting the flesh and blood on both sides of the ball of internal organs. Collapse of origin energy, Dantian manifestation. Under Lu Kuan's guidance, Hong Yintian and Xiao Jin's bodies and consciousness sank into the quivering internal Dantian in the middle with some curiosity and nervousness. Following this action, the heaven-earth essence Qi in the entire North Pole mountain range started to roll. Countless white halos, with a dense heaven-earth essence Qi pressure, gathered towards Lu Kuan's position. The heaven-earth essence Qi here was not refined by the pseudo-soul formation stage and was incomparably pure. Lu Kuan's Dantian manifestation with his pseudo-viscera origin stage body directly triggered the breakthrough phenomenon. Lu Kuan sensed this and did not hesitate at all. The bloodline pool quickly rolled, and countless strength bloodline runes inside instantly broke apart. The surging heaven-earth essence Qi suddenly paused, as if it had lost some kind of attraction, and disappeared back into the dense spirit Qi again. And his internal Dantian began to tremble violently. The silver blood essence Qi kept rolling, and the island of his 5 internal organs kept shaking. The outer spherical shell of his 6 internal organs even started to crack. Roar! Roar! At this time, the other 2 heads of his body roared towards the sky. The pair of hanging demon arms and golden ape arms started to wave. Waves of invisible power surged on these 2 pairs of arms and squeezed inwards along the body. The violently shaking Dantian quickly stabilized under the support of this power. Very good. The first step of rune disintegration is complete. Lu Kuan's calm voice sounded in his mind. Then he observed the scene inside the bloodline pool. The originally gold and silver-colored pool water had completely turned silver. The smallest unit inside was the human bloodline origin particles in the shape of muscle fibers. The pool water bubbled outwards, rolling out a frenzied yellow mist. It seemed to be attracted by something and floated towards the internal organs island on the right. And on the island on the left, the purple-black brutal intent stuck close to the island wall and was continuously flowing into the pool with black liquid. The smallest unit of liquid that flowed out was a mini bone spur. It was the bloodline origin particles of the demon race. The second step is to form 2 kinds of rune chains. With the fusion of Hong Yuntian and Xiao Jin's consciousness, Lu Kuan's soul power increased greatly. He divided his mind into 2. The muscle fibers that represented the human bloodline origin particles flowed into the black pool water area. The 2 muscle fibers wrapped around the 2 ends of the bone spur and formed the basic units of the true demon runes. Then these units were connected by the tendons formed by the brutal intent and continued to extend. On the other side, the silver pool continued to churn. The muscle fibers and the frenzied tendons inside were connected to form a gold and silver chain with muscle fibers as the main body. Under Lu Kuan's control, the chains of true demon runes and strength runes grew longer and longer. They were like 2 snakes coiled in the pool and divided the bloodline pool into 3 areas. A purple-black true demon rune chain area, a gold and silver strength rune chain area, and finally a small piece of silver pool water. They were all the remaining human bloodline origin particles. The third step is to fuse the 2 bloodline origin particles into the bone spur innards. At this step, Lu Kuan's heart was heavy. Although he had derived the innards of the snow soul twin blades to fuse 2 kinds of consciousness, he had only used a pair of tendons to fuse them. Now, there were tens of thousands of pairs. If there was a mistake, the entire double helix structure would collapse. Lu Kuan paused for a moment, and then started to mobilize the essence of the demon race's origin that continued to flow in from the outside and fuse it with the remaining human bloodline origin particles. Every 2 muscle fibers wrapped around a tiny bone spur, drawing a rather complicated pattern on it. The holy demon king who had created this secret pattern probably would not have thought that the secret art he had created would be used in a field that traditional cultivators could not reach, such as bloodline fusion. As the number of bone spur innards with secret patterns increased, the human bloodline origin particles were quickly used up. However, Lu Kuan had already calculated accurately before. The number of bone spur innards was exactly the same as the number of tendons in the two bloodline rune chains. The next step is the most important step. At this moment, even with Lu Kuan's strong mental fortitude, his heart was mixed with excitement and fear. He paused for a moment, and a low voice sounded in his heart. Spiral pair, fusion of consciousness. The bloodline pool churned violently under his control, and the bone spur innards floated in the middle of the water. On the surface of the water, the true demon rune chain spun in circles, rolling from left to right. The power rune chain spun in the opposite direction while surging from right to left, as if two long snakes were colliding with each other. The tendons of the will on the two rune chains extended a little under Lu Kuan's control, like a man and a woman on a blind date, shyly waiting for the other half to come and hold their hands. Pop, accompanied by a soft trembling sound. The bone spur innards were like a matchmaker, holding the hands of the lovers at the same time. This process was almost smooth, without any feeling of obstruction. Pop, pop, pop. Trembling sounds continuously appeared in the bloodline pool as the two bloodline rune chains intertwined in a spiral. Pairs of tendons were connected by the bone spur innards, and the fused double helix structure was like a giant python that sank into the depths of the pool. As the number of tendons connected increased, Lu Kuan found that he didn't need to actively control them. These two bloodline rune chains could spontaneously fuse. Even after the first end sank into the pool, it floated up again like a giant snake biting its own tail. Lu Kuan saw this scene and felt that it was inconceivable. He couldn't help but have a few questions in his heart. What were bloodlines? What was the relationship between bloodlines and DNA? Why could this double helix structure allow the two bloodline runes to fuse so smoothly? Boom! But at this time, countless golden rays of light appeared in the center of the double helix structure, and an incomparably violent fluctuation surged in all directions. The originally stable double helix suddenly trembled, as if it was about to collapse. Chapter 1358. What kind of divine ability is this? How can it be so terrifying? Lu Kuan sensed this fluctuation with some fear and then focused on the double helix rune. He found that this rune was enduring an endless amount of terrifying impact. Although it did not immediately fall apart like the previous runes, from the extent of its shaking, it did not seem to be able to hold on for too long. When the strength rune was first born, the divine ability fluctuation was clearly very gentle. Why is the bloodline divine ability so violent after the fusion? The double helix rune can still hold on for a while. I have to find a solution. The two wills have not completely fused. After Lu Kuan calmed down, he quickly noticed that in the bone spike in the middle of the double helix structure, only half of the purplish-black brutal intent and the yellow intent had fused into gold. The other half was still in a state of separation. Do I need external help to fuse? Lu Kuan's mind quickly rushed towards the double helix rune, but in the face of the terrifying fluctuations of the divine ability and the violent aura of the will, his mind seemed to have hit a hurricane and was directly bounced back. Damn it, the brutal intent is too terrifying. My mind can't get close at all. No, these two wills seem to still be fusing with each other. Although his mind was blasted out of the double helix chain, he noticed that the brutal intent and the frenzied intent were erasing each other in this state. It was as if their disappearing energy had created this terrifying divine soul fluctuation. Lu Kuan seemed to understand something and hurriedly sensed outside the bloodline pool. He found that this terrifying bloodline divine ability fluctuation had easily rushed out of the innards island and entered the silver blood essence sea, causing huge waves. Such intense fluctuations, and it's still constantly consuming the energy of the two wills. This must be the bloodline's active divine ability. Active divine ability? Why do I need an active divine ability? I want a passive divine ability. They've clearly fused, but why are the two wills consuming each other? When I used the Snow Soul Twin Blades, didn't they fuse successfully? Why are they still in a half-fused state? Wait, Snow Soul Twin Blades. Half-fused state. I understand now. It's the power of life. The bone spike is missing the power of life. As Lu Kuan's thoughts surged, the silver blood essence seeped around him roiled even more violently. Those huge waves with extremely dense blood essence power collided with each other. As the blood essence waves collided, countless milky white light dots appeared in the sky above the sea. These light dots seemed to contain some kind of special life aura. Under Lu Kuan's mind control, they surged towards the bloodline pool in middle. Every speck of spiritual light accurately landed on each of the vibrating bone spike innards. They were like some kind of calming pill. The terrifying bloodline divine ability, fluctuation, calmed down, and the 2.5 fused wills were rapidly fused under the catalysis of life aura of life. The double helix bloodline rune quickly stabilized, and the bone spike innards flashed with an increasingly dense golden light. This light quickly spread to the entire bloodline pool. Lu Kuan felt that this golden light had an endless suction force. His 3-in-1 divine sense instantly disintegrated. Hong Yuntian and Xiao Jin's divine souls were pulled out of their internal organs and Dantian, while his own was sucked into the double helix bloodline rune. Immediately after, a strange fluctuation surged out of this golden bloodline pool. It passed through the 5 internal organs islands and entered the blood essence sea in all directions. The originally silver blood essence was almost instantly dyed gold under the influence of this fluctuation. His entire Dantian was illuminated by a resplendent golden light. Hong Yuntian and Xiao Jin souls felt the world spin and returned to their respective bodies. Then, they heard a roar filled with a violent aura. An unparalleled power surged out from the internal organs ball in the middle. The man and monkey's flesh seemed to have collided with a meteorite and were sent flying. Boom, boom! Their blurry bodies left Lu Kuan's body at an astonishing speed. With the sound of air exploding, they collided with an icy mountain peak hundreds of feet away. Hong Yuntian directly turned into a flat puddle of liquid, lying limp on the ice rock. On the other side, Xiao Jin's great completion bone treasure actually showed traces of cracks. The Snow Soul dual blades on the surface of their bodies, at this time, were also very dim, as if they were heavily injured. Before the man and monkey could check on their injuries, the ground under their feet began to tremble. The surrounding mountains were also shaken by this power. Countless snowballs and ice chunks rolled down from the mountain peak, making a loud rumbling sound. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Huge ice chunks rolled down from the mountain peak, making a loud rumbling sound. They could not help but look up. They saw that the entire sky was covered by a thick white halo. Countless chi of heaven and earth were gathering here from all directions. And in the abyss in front of them, countless deep halos of demonic chi rushed out. Spiritual chi and demonic chi, one white and one black. The 2 kinds of chi of heaven and earth with a terrifying pressure gathered towards Lu Kuan. The latter's body was like a bottomless pit, constantly absorbing the 2 kinds of chi of heaven and earth. His burly body gradually floated up, and an invisible power surged out from the surface of his body. Everywhere it passed, the air was distorted. Even the few spatial cracks that it collided with directly shattered into nothingness. The airwaves compressed by the force field hit Hong Yuntian and Xiao Jin's bodies. Under the violent impact, cracks appeared on the icy rock behind them. Fortunately, the force field stopped when it reached 600 feet. Then it rolled back, and countless demonic chi of heaven and earth were sucked in. Under the effect of this strange force field, the black and white chi of heaven and earth fused into a pale gold color. It enveloped Lu Kuan's surroundings, forming a distorted golden ball of light with a radius of 10 feet. Seeing this scene, Hong Yuntian's proud face could not help but become excited. The power that blasted us out previously should have reached the level of dual elemental. With his 10 feet of passive force field and 600 feet of void power, Lu Kuan has succeeded. On the other side, Xiao Jin was also pleasantly surprised. With the six-eared macaque's divine ability, he could clearly hear the changes in Lu Kuan's body. Time passed like this. The surrounding demonic qi of heaven and earth continuously poured into Lu Kuan's body. Powerful waves of qi of heaven and earth surged in all directions. However, the North Pole Mountain was surrounded by dense spatial cracks, so these waves did not spread too far. After a few days, Hong Yuntian and Xiao Jin had already recovered their ability to move. They stood hundreds of feet away, watching the spectacular scene of Lu Kuan absorbing the heaven and earth yuan qi of heaven and earth. At this time, the spirit qi in the sky above the North Pole Mountain was much thinner. As for the surrounding underground abyss, they could even see the black rocks and spatial cracks at the bottom through the sparse demonic qi. Boom! Suddenly, Hong Yuntian and the others felt a violent bloodline pressure rise from Lu Kuan's body. The true demon bloodline and six-eared macaque bloodline in his body tumbled uncontrollably, making them have the urge to prostrate themselves in worship. After this bloodline fluctuation appeared, the demonic qi of heaven and earth, which was about to dissipate, shot toward Lu Kuan at an even faster speed. They did not enter his body. Instead, they surged toward Lu Kuan's back and blended into a golden halo of qi of heaven and earth. These halos rapidly condensed under some kind of distorted force field. Soon, an illusory figure that was 3 meters tall appeared. As this illusory figure became clearer and clearer, its face and limbs gradually appeared. It turned into the appearance of a human male. His appearance and figure were exactly the same as Lu Kuan's. Chapter 1359. The golden human illusion in mid-air lasted for a short, while before dissipating into specks of golden light and entering the burly figure in front of him. The surrounding demonic spirit essence energy gradually returned to the demonic spirit essence energy, and the trembling of the North Pole Mountain also calmed down due to the dissipation of essence energy. Lu Kuan's body was surrounded by an invisible force field as he slowly descended from midair. He gradually opened his eyes and looked at his body as he muttered, "Zhongyuan stage. This is the Zhongyuan stage." Xiao Jin scurried over and asked curiously, "Lu Kuan, now that you have officially broken through, what level is your physical strength at?" Old Hong said that you have dual elemental power. Is that true? Lu Kuan heard this and stretched out his palm. He gently squeezed, and a terrifying force rippled out. The air around his fist was distorted, and there was even a faint blue light of a spatial crack. It was as if he could tear the space apart with just a little more force. He was a little surprised. Dual elemental power. I didn't expect my strength to increase again after attaining the Berserk Double Helix bloodline. Hong Yuntian heard this and pondered. Your physical strength before breaking through was 2,400,000 kilograms. Now it has increased to 4 million kilograms, which is equivalent to an increase of 70%. This increase is similar to the effect of the true demon bloodline. The double helix bloodline rune structure is just as you predicted. It maintains the true demon bloodline and the power bloodline at the same time. Speaking of this, Hong Yuntian suddenly said, "However, Lu Kuan, I'm a little curious. When you were undergoing the bloodline reconstruction, the entire process was orderly and you didn't make any mistakes. It seems that your soul wasn't affected by the 2 types of wills at all. Even the Berserk will at the end only impacted your mind and couldn't interfere with your thoughts. Could it be the effect of the soul concealment divine ability? And under the concealment of your soul, we weren't affected at all." After experiencing the battle with the Devil Emperor in the demonic fog, Hong Yuntian knew that Lu Kuan had a mysterious divine soul concealment ability. Even the divine soul attack of a mid-divine transformation stage expert like the Mirage Thunderlight was ineffective against it. He naturally thought of this divine ability in this strange situation. Lu Kuan was slightly taken aback. He hadn't thought too much about it before, but after Hong Yuntian's reminder, it seemed to be true. Whether it was the brutal intent, the frenzied intent, or the berserk will, none of them affected his thinking. He said blankly, I don't think I used spirit concealment on my own accord. Or did this abhijna take effect automatically after I entered my internal organs? Seeing his expression, Hong Yuntian sighed and said, regardless of whether it was the help of this ability or not, the double helix bloodline rune you derived was finally recombined successfully. By the way, what was the illusion that manifested outside my body when I successfully broke through? Illusion? Lu Kuan was stunned. What illusion? Xiao Jin gestured with his hands and said, didn't you notice? The demonic spirit Yuan Qi behind me intertwined to form a golden Yuan Qi illusion. It was similar to the six-eared macaque illusion that I manifested before. However, this golden illusion just now looked exactly like you. Lu Kuan recalled the feeling when he broke through and closed his eyes. His mind sank into his body. A strong bloodline power with a berserk will spread out from his body. The invisible force pushed Xiao Jin and Hong Yuntian 10 feet away. The surrounding demonic spirit Yuan Qi naturally gathered. However, when it came within 10 feet of his body, it merged into a golden halo. These halos kept twisting and twisting. Finally, all of them adhered to the surface of his body, forming a layer of pale golden light film. Lu Kuan opened his eyes and said with a strange expression, the illusion that you mentioned, I don't seem to be able to manifest on my own. It should be a bloodline anomaly that was naturally produced when the bloodline primordial spirit was successfully formed. Bloodline primordial spirit? Is it the same as what we deduced before? Hong Yuntian said with a hint of surprise. Yes, it's the bloodline primordial spirit, Lu Kuan said with certainty. He recalled the scene of his internal organs in Dantian and said with a sigh, fortunately, I didn't try to break through 80 years ago. Otherwise, even if I squeezed out the will of the Beihan fairy, I wouldn't have been able to manifest the bloodline primordial spirit. Is it because your body and divine sense haven't reached the phenomenal success level? Lu Kuan shook his head and said, no, with the help of that special spiritual shockwave, the strength of my internal organs was tempered to the extreme in a short time. However, the cultivation of life force hasn't reached the peak yet. You should have felt it too. After the injection of life force, the berserk will and the berserk will in the double helix rune successfully merged. After my body and divine sense were absorbed by the bloodline rune, I found that under the effect of the special energy of life force, my divine soul, berserk will, and bloodline origin were combined. Under the melting of the demon's spirit essence Qi, they finally formed the bloodline primordial spirit. At this moment, my divine soul can almost be separated to any part of my body, and my control over my body has greatly increased. Not to mention the dual essence power. I'm afraid that I can control even stronger physical power freely. Hong Yuntian seemed to have understood something. He then said, Lu Kuan, let's test your bloodline primordial spirit. Okay, you guys protect yourselves. Hearing this, Hong Yuntian and Xiao Jin's bloodline power rose in their bodies and turned into blood essence that wrapped around their spines. Not long after, he felt an incomparably vigorous divine sense, bringing with it an incomparably violent will. His soul was still fine, but the blood in his body was boiling, his muscles were violently contracting, and his entire body was constantly trembling. Then, this will was withdrawn. Lu Kuan asked, how do you feel? After your body and divine sense contain the will, it seems to be different from the primordial spirit of a soul formation cultivator. Hong Yuntian looked at his body and frowned. The berserk bloodline primordial spirit did not have a big impact on my divine soul. Instead, my physical body was stimulated quite a bit. Xiao Jin hesitated and said, it seems to be able to affect our physical nerves. Lu Kuan said thoughtfully, it seems that the bloodline primordial spirit and the primordial spirit of an immortal cultivator are two different paths. One is focused on the physical body, while the other is focused on the divine soul. The bloodline primordial spirit is equivalent to the sublimation of the physical body in divine sense. Under the support of the berserk will, the strength of the divine sense is much stronger than that of an ordinary soul formation cultivator at the early stage. Fortunately, in these 80 years, in addition to the physical body and divine sense, I have also cultivated my life force to the extreme. Otherwise, I would not have been able to condense such a primordial spirit. At this point, he suddenly froze. Wait, all the life force has entered the bloodline rune. Then my demonic energy. Lu Kuan hurriedly looked at his body and found that the silver demonic energy that originally flowed in his bones and muscles had all disappeared. He was dumbfounded. The demonic energy has disappeared. The demonic energy has disappeared? No way. Try condensing it again. When you broke through, the origin energy field was still rolling. If there is no demonic energy, what kind of energy is it consuming? Hearing Hong Yintian and Xiao Jin's words, Lu Kuan's heart moved and a layer of invisible energy appeared on the surface of his body. The origin energy field can be used. Hey, my blood. At this time, he discovered that the blood in his body had unknowingly turned pure gold. It contained a strange energy aura, and it was this energy that activated the origin energy field. Lu Kuan seemed to understand something. He closed his eyes and his heart moved. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels merged into a ball of viscera. A wave of energy shook in his body, revealing his internal dantian. The blood essence, see, has turned golden? Lu Kuan's consciousness came to his internal dantian and found that it was very different. What appeared in front of his eyes was a golden ocean. His 5 viscera island had not changed much, but the bloodline pool had turned pure gold. A double spiral bloodline rune that was connected head to tail swam inside. Inside the bloodline runes, the bloodline origin particles on the true demon and strength rune chains were different. The demon race's bone spurs were dark gold, while the human race's bloodline origin was bright gold. The two seemed to have merged into a new bloodline origin. As for the bone spike innards in the middle of the double chains, they contained a pure golden violent will. Waves of vibration surged out from within and spread out, passing through the small islands of the 5 viscera and affecting the golden essence blood sea. Is this the passive ability of the berserk bloodline? It raises the power of the physical body to the level of dual yuan power. I wonder if this bloodline ability can be inherited by a body cultivator disciple. This thought flashed through his mind, and then his attention was focused on the golden blood essence sea outside. The aura inside seems to be similar to the yuan qi of heaven and earth. Lu Kuan's mind split into two. He maintained his internal dantian while activating his bloodline origin spirit and physical body origin power. The surrounding yuan qi of heaven and earth rapidly gathered towards him. Under the influence of his bloodline origin spirit, the black and white halo of yuan qi turned into a pure gold halo when it came within 10 feet of his body. Then it sank into his body. At this time, a large amount of golden yuan qi appeared above his internal dantian. This yuan qi halo fell into the golden sea below and fused with the blood essence, forming a special kind of energy. Chapter 1360. Looking at this scene, Lu Kuan couldn't help but fall into contemplation. During the bone transformation period, the bones, muscles, and blood can all contain demonic energy. That's because the life force condenses the two opposite energies into a semi-fused state. Now that the life force has entered the bloodline rune, the demonic energy that has lost this special energy will naturally be divided into spiritual power and demonic energy. Facing the impact of the two types of heaven and earth origin energy, this low-level spiritual power and demonic energy will dissipate in an instant. Blood essence is the source of life. The bloodline is contained in the depths of the blood essence. The two are interconnected, just like the magical power fluctuations in the bloodline pool can radiate into the sea of blood essence. In my brand new bloodline, in addition to the fusion of the berserk will, there's also the existence of the life force. I'm afraid that the magical power fluctuations, in addition to increasing strength, also contain the characteristics of the life force to stabilize demonic energy. Under the influence of the berserk will and the bloodline's passive magical power, the demonic energy has fused together with the blood essence to form this new energy. Lu Kuan observed the changes in the internal organs and dantian, and roughly analyzed the way this energy was produced. Then his consciousness withdrew from the internal organs and dantian. He looked at the curious Hong Yintian and Xiao Jin beside him. He stretched out his right hand, and a ball of golden blood gushed out of his palm, exuding a special energy aura. He smiled slightly and said, I just checked the internal organs in dantian. I found that after entering the Zhongyuan stage, the demonic energy in the body completely disappears because the life force is transferred to the bloodline. And the heaven and earth origin energy, under the influence of the bloodline will and magical power, combined with the blood essence to form a brand new energy. With the support of this new blood essence energy, the bone treasure can radiate a passive force field of 10 feet. It should be the energy unique to the body cultivators of the Zhongyuan stage. Han Yintian carefully looked at this drop of golden blood. At the same time, it was mixed with the majestic power of blood essence, the aura of the berserk bloodline, and a powerful energy similar to true essence. Lu Kuan rubbed the golden blood essence in his palm and slowly said, the energy in the body of a demon king is called demonic essence. The energy of a spirit-severing cultivator is called true essence. The energy of a body cultivator of the Zhongyuan stage is called blood essence. Blood origin? Hong Yintian couldn't help but ask. The demonic energy of the bone transformation stage is divided into combat and cultivation states. In addition to activating the source force field, it can also produce destructive power to temper the body. Can the blood essence of the viscera stage be divided into two types of energy, such as blood demon essence and blood true essence? Hearing this, Lu Kuan looked at the golden blood in his palm. He found that the energy in it was extremely stable and did not have the overbearing feeling of mana. He looked thoughtful. Demon energy is stabilized by life force, while blood essence is stabilized by the will of the bloodline. This drop of essence blood naturally contains a trace of bloodline will. With a thought, he sucked the violent will into his palm. The next moment, a black and white halo emerged from the drop of golden blood and began to tremble. Not good. Lu Kuan's expression changed, and he immediately clenched his fists. Boom! Accompanied by a low explosive sound, a trace of astonishing destructive aura squeezed out from between his fingers. Then Lu Kuan opened his palm and saw the flesh and blood inside. He could even see the silver bones of his palm. He couldn't help but be stunned. Hong Yintian and Xiao Jin were also stunned. They didn't feel anything when Lu Kuan's hand was held, but the flesh and blood of his palm had been forcibly blown apart. It was clear how terrifying the destructive power was. Bursts of golden blood rolled down, and the palm returned to its original state. Lu Kuan judged, although the explosion range is very small, the power of this destructive power is probably stronger than ordinary yuan qi. When Xiao Jin heard this, he was exultant and said, that means it has a stronger tempering effect than mana. Lu Kuan, your body can continue to improve. Lu Kuan shook his head and said, this kind of destructive power at the yuan qi level, if it explodes inside, even my great success bone treasure won't be able to withstand it. Hong Yintian pondered for a moment and said, the mana of the bone transformation stage body cultivator is the fusion of the core formation stage, spiritual power, and blood demon power when the bone treasure is completed. It can be said that the body tempering energy of the bone transformation stage body cultivator is produced by the annihilation of a different energy at a lower level. Lu Kuan's current blood essence is directly integrated with the demon spirit yuan qi. Its energy level is obviously the same as true essence, and so on. I'm afraid that only the body of the next body cultivator can use such terrifying destructive energy. Lu Kuan listened to Hong Yuntian's words and felt the ocean-like golden blood in his body. He felt uncomfortable all over. He coughed lightly and said, "My body is filled with golden blood. My body is now filled with incomparably dense golden blood. If I release this destructive energy, I'm afraid I'll explode into nothingness like that fake demon emperor." Hong Yuntian and Xiao Jin heard this and instinctively took a few steps back. Lu Kuan laughed dryly and said, "Don't worry, unless I lose my blood essence spirit, it's impossible for my body to explode." Then he changed the topic and said, "But after the explosion, I found that this golden blood essence can strengthen the body's defense." Lu Kuan raised his right palm, which was emitting a pale, golden light. The golden blood essence was evenly distributed in the muscles inside, and it looked like it was emitting a special kind of flowing light. With the support of the blood essence that contains the blood origin, the strength of my muscles has increased greatly. It doesn't even affect my flexibility. When I go back, I can find those demon emperors to test my strength again. I want to see how strong my physical defense has become." He shook his right palm, and the blood essence on it faded away. He sighed and said, "This blood essence that combines two kinds of yuan qi is definitely stronger than just one. It's okay if I can't temper my body. Maybe the cultivation of the Zhang Yuan stage is different from that of the bone transformation stage. And according to our deduction, a normal body cultivator can use the hyperboloid power rune to break through. They won't use my special double helix method, and there will only be a single attribute of blood essence in their body. Back then, I insisted on fusing the berserk will because I tasted the sweetness of the demon ape transformation. I wanted to create an explosive ability that belonged to the human race, but in the end, wait, active ability. Speaking of this, Lu Kuan suddenly thought of something and said with a strange expression, "Do you remember that when the double helix structure was first fused, it was extremely unstable? If the life force was fused a little later, the bloodline rune would have collapsed." Hong Yuntian was stunned. At that time, their consciousness was fused together, and they naturally saw the scene of the bloodline pool. He hesitated and said, "At that time, the fluctuations of the ability were very intense, and it was still consuming the berserk and berserk wills." Speaking of this, his expression changed slightly, and he said, "Do you think that was the active ability of the berserk bloodline?" Lu Kuan nodded and analyzed. The life force maintains the stability of the double helix structure of the bloodline, resulting in the passive god art of the bloodline. If we remove it, wouldn't we be able to transform it into that god art wave? Hong Yuntian couldn't help but say, "Lu Kuan, you're not thinking of removing the life force, are you? What if the double helix that was successfully formed collapsed because of this?" Lu Kuan said eagerly, "Brother Hong, have you forgotten that the double helix bloodline structure is extremely stable? Even without the life force, it lasted for a period of time. If it was removed in a short period of time, it shouldn't collapse." Hong Yuntian frowned and said, "Then what about your blood essence? If the life force leaves, the fluctuations of the bloodline ability will change. If the demonic spirit yuan qi can't fuse, your body will directly self-destruct." Hearing this, Lu Kuan hesitated and said, "I have already formed the bloodline primordial spirit. Even if the life force leaves the bloodline rune, the primordial spirit will still exist. The berserk will itself can fuse with the demonic spirit yuan qi. Furthermore, I can temporarily inject the life force that was removed into the blood essence sea." As he spoke, Lu Kuan's eyes became brighter and brighter, as if he couldn't wait. Hong Yuntian realized that Lu Kuan's words were indeed reasonable, and he was also curious about the terrifying fluctuations of the ability. He said slowly, "Be careful." Lu Kuan laughed and said, "The ones who should be careful are you guys. Back away. I now have the power of 2 primordial spirits. Be careful of being accidentally injured." When Hong Yuntian and Xiao Jin retreated 1,000 feet away, Lu Kuan took a deep breath. His expression became incomparably solemn. The internal organs in his body condensed into an internal ball, revealing his internal dantian. He felt the double helix bloodline that was constantly swimming in the bloodline pool. With a thought, a large amount of milky white light flew out from the bone spur innards of the double helix bloodline. It was like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, sprinkling into the surrounding blood essence sea. Immediately, the double helix bloodline rune structure began to violently vibrate. An incomparably violent fluctuation, like circles of air waves, rushed out in all directions with the bloodline pool as the center. The blood essence sea in his internal dantian, after being affected by this wave of air, began to boil like boiling water. Lu Kuan's bloodline primordial spirit seemed to have received some kind of impact and entered a special state. Along with the vibration of this ability, it spread to every corner of his body. The outside world seemed to have changed in Lu Kuan's eyes. Chapter 1361. Hong Yuntian and Xiao Jin stood 1,000 feet away. They suddenly felt Lu Kuan's blood and qi suddenly explode several times. That violent bloodline aura soared into the sky. As this aura surged, dense light golden blood vessels appeared under Lu Kuan's skin. Some were thick and some were thin. The thick blood vessels were embedded in the thick muscles, twisting endlessly like pythons. They were so thin that they were like the blood vessels in his body. They were like spider webs that clung to the surface of his skin, forming a light golden network. It was strange and ferocious. Lu Kuan's head was filled with dense blood vessels. His eyes were bloodshot, and they were filled with a violent intent that seemed to want to destroy everything. Hong Yuntian and Xiao Jin even felt that Lu Kuan's blood would explode at any time. Their expressions suddenly became tense. But soon after, they saw that the air around Lu Kuan was distorted, and a cone-shaped air current appeared out of thin air. Accompanied by a burst of ear-piercing sounds, Lu Kuan disappeared, and there was only a crater that was over 100 feet in diameter on the ground. Feeling the surging air wave, Hong Yuntian and the others were stunned. Where is Lu Kuan? Could it be that his bloodline ability is invisibility? Old Hong, look over there. Suddenly, Little Gold's ears lit up, and it pointed in a direction. Hong Yuntian turned his head and saw that on top of a mountain 6,000 or 7,000 feet away, there was a dazzling ice flower blooming. In the middle of the mountain that was covered in ice, there was a tiny human-shaped hole in it. There's more behind. It's Lu Kuan. His speed is so terrifying. Xiao Jin's 4 ears perked up as if he could hear something. He danced and shouted. Hong Yuntian could not help but use his divine sense to investigate further. A few thousand feet behind him, there was also a hole. The left side of the mountain was also. It wasn't until he discovered several mountains that had been smashed through that he heard the roar of the first mountain being hit. The sound of ice exploding and rocks shattering, mixed with the sharp sound of air tearing, came from afar. This feeling was like seeing lightning in the sky first and hearing the thunder after a few breaths. The scene in front of him was happening at a speed far faster than the speed of sound. This is all caused by Lu Kuan. This speed is several times faster than the speed of sound. It's beyond what the naked eye and divine sense can capture. Xiao Jin's spiritual ear ability could sense Lu Kuan's movements, but Hong Yuntian could not capture anything. In the end, under the careful investigation of his divine sense, he could barely capture the faint blue spatial power in the air. The distant mountain rumbles were still coming from afar. He saw a blurry blue line drawing from afar. Boom! A small mushroom cloud suddenly rose where Lu Kuan was originally. The earth-shaking rumbles and the sound of air tearing gushed out from it, intertwining with the sound of the mountain exploding in the distance. It was as if the entire North Pole Mountain was about to collapse. Kacha. The cliff platform under Hong Yuntian and Xiao Jin's feet shook violently, and huge cracks appeared. It was as if the underground core was hit by a terrifying force and kept cracking. The man and the demon had no choice but to fly up. They looked at the cliff below them that kept collapsing. A large amount of gravel rolled into the huge abyss in front of them, producing a continuous echo. The ice, fog, gravel, and dust, as well as the devil chi in the abyss, all surged and rolled in all directions. After a quarter of an hour, the cliff platform that was originally thousands of feet long disappeared. It was replaced by a broken mountain. The slanted rock wall stretched all the way to the devil chi abyss below. And in the center of this broken mountain, Lu Kuan's burly body stood. His chest rose and fell as he panted. The dense blood vessels on the surface of his body, as well as the monstrous chi and blood, had disappeared. Only his eyes were still bloodshot. Seeing this, Hong Yuntian and Xiao Jin quickly flew up and landed beside him. Lu Kuan, are you okay? What happened just now? That terrifying speed, was it the active ability of the Berserk bloodline? Lu Kuan listened to the two's words, exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and slowly said, yes, that was the active ability of the Berserk bloodline. However, it did not increase the speed, but the perception and reaction speed of the physical body. Perception? Reaction speed? Lu Kuan continued. When I extracted the life force from the double helix bloodline rune, the Berserk bloodline directly boiled, stirring up an incomparably terrifying fluctuation of power. This fluctuation caused a huge change. That is, my divine sense was also scattered to all parts of my physical body, causing my perception of the surrounding world to enter a different and strange realm. In your eyes, my speed cannot be captured by the naked eye or divine sense. However, with this kind of physical perception, everything around me is still incomparably clear, even clearer than before. And after the divine sense and the physical body became one, the blood in the whole body boiled and spread throughout the body. As long as the mind is moved, the physical body can quickly react. So this kind of divine sense greatly enhances the perception of the nerves, causing the physical body's reaction speed to increase by several times. The speed just now was actually because I increased the frequency of my muscles stepping on the void by 3 to 4 times, resulting in the increase in speed. However, if I enter a combat state, the physical body's attack speed will also increase by several times. Xiao Jin was a little confused, but Hong Yuntian somewhat understood. Simply put, this Berserk divine sense, although it did not increase your strength, it magnified the perception and reaction speed of the physical body. Yes, Lu Kuan nodded, and there was a hint of eagerness in his eyes. In this state, even if I don't use 3 heads and 6 arms, I'm afraid that I can completely suppress the 3-headed demon emperor with absolute attack speed. Hong Yuntian suddenly said, however, you only maintain this divine sense for 10 breaths of time. Lu Kuan came back to his senses and said with a wry smile, this divine sense consumes a terrifying amount of blood yuan. I just broke through, and my blood yuan is not abundant. It was used up in 10 breaths. Hong Yuntian was stunned. Your blood yuan fused with blood essence and demonic spirit yuan chi. They were all used up? Lu Kuan sensed the blood in his body and said, my blood yuan chi is not full, and there is still a lot of blood essence. The demonic spirit yuan chi's energy and the corresponding blood essence have been used up. If the blood yuan chi is abundant, I should be able to continue. From the stability of the double helix bloodline rune, I should be able to last for 20 breaths. Although the duration of this Berserk divine sense is short, if the attack speed increases, I'm afraid it will be able to break through the Demon Emperor's physical defense in 5 to 6 breaths. Hearing this, Hong Yuntian thought of Lu Kuan's dual elemental power and finally heaved a sigh of relief. With this divine sense, those Demon Emperors are nothing to be afraid of. You might not even need to use 3 heads and 6 arms. Lu Kuan sensed the situation in his body and said slowly, the price of this Berserk divine sense is not small. First of all, it will cause the double helix bloodline rune to be in a state of collapse at any time. If the timing is not controlled well, the bloodline rune will collapse and my cultivation will fall directly. Secondly, due to the large consumption of blood yuan, this energy cannot be used to enhance the physical defense of my body, causing my physical defense to not be at its peak. It is equivalent to the state of bone transformation. Lastly, I have also consumed a lot of berserk intent. In other words, I have consumed my blood yuan qi. Speaking of this, Lu Kuan hesitated and said, "By the way, I don't know if it is because of insufficient blood yuan qi or some other reason, but I have a feeling that the berserk divine sense just now seems to have some special power that I haven't used yet. I feel like I haven't had enough." Special power? Lu Kuan recalled the previous perception of his physical body. There was a power stirring in his body, but after thinking for a while, he couldn't figure out what it was, so he put this doubt in the bottom of his heart. "I'll try it later." This divine sense can increase the physical body's reaction speed by several times in a short time. It can be said that it can put the body in a special berserk state. Although there is no increase in strength from a certain point of view, it is even more terrifying than the devil-ape transformation. It seems that the breakthrough of the double helix fusion was not in vain. I just don't know how this bloodline divine sense will be passed on to body cultivator disciples. Hong Yintian said, "Such a powerful bloodline power. I'm afraid that only body cultivators at the Zhongyuan stage can bear it. We can slowly study this. Now, the most important thing is to deal with the devil race." Xiao Jin said with an excited expression, "Lu Kuan, you have the double elemental power and the berserk divine sense. You can directly kill the devil race army." Lu Kuan smiled and said, "There is no hurry. The devil spirit yuan qi in the North Pole mountain range is more abundant. I will first recover my primordial spirit and cultivate my blood yuan qi to a full state." Chapter 1362. Due to the formation left by the Yuan sect, the North Pole mountain range was full of space cracks. The cracks in the sky seemed to be connected to the upper world, and pure spiritual qi kept flowing out. The cracks at the bottom of the mountain range seemed to be close to the devil realm, and dense devil qi was gushing out. Lu Kuan and the others had returned to the transmission formation of the Northern Yuan sect. Hong Yuntian and Xiao Jin sat cross-legged on the mountain wall, not far away to protect them. Lu Kuan stood quietly at the mouth of the cliff, releasing his divine sense that had just broken through. He carefully sensed everything in the North Pole mountain range. After entering the Zhongyuan stage, his divine sense could cover a range of 300 miles, which was wider than that of the pseudo-semi-god realm cultivators. However, as his primordial spirit spread out, Lu Kuan soon found that his primordial spirit bloodline seemed to be unable to control the primordial qi from a distance. In the past, Gu Deming and other pseudo-semi-god realm cultivators could more or less control the primordial qi of heaven and earth within the range of their divine sense. However, within the range of his primordial spirit bloodline, he could do nothing more than easily absorb the primordial qi of heaven and earth. He could only perform the void-condensing primordial qi within the range of a force field of 600 feet. The Yuan sect is really far-sighted. Although the appearance of the broken country has made the primordial qi of heaven and earth more mixed, the devil qi is constantly flowing in through the space cracks. The primordial qi of heaven and earth in this world of immortal cultivators is probably much richer than in the ancient times. Lu Kuan changed his location because the devil qi of heaven and earth where he had broken through had consumed a lot. However, as soon as his divine sense explored the place, he found that the devil qi of heaven and earth had recovered a little. As long as I can create a cultivation method that can allow me to break through to the semi-god realm in this mixed primordial qi of heaven and earth, this small world with a different flow of time will be the cradle of the human clan. No. It should be the cradle of the human clan's body cultivators now. Lu Kuan murmured in his heart. He closed his eyes, stood where he was, and entered the state of cultivation. Those pseudo-semi-god realm cultivators need to spend a lot of time absorbing the qi of heaven and earth to recover their primordial spirits. If I use the supreme grade spirit stones, the time will be shortened. The reason should be that the conversion rate of primordial spirit is not high. Let's see how my primordial spirit is doing. While he was thinking, the devil chi below the cliff and the spiritual chi above the mountain trembled. Black and white halos gushed out and gathered towards the burly body. But at this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in Lu Kuan's mind. Wait, if a body cultivator wants to break through to the viscera stage, they should use the hyperboloid strength bloodline rune. The will should also be the will of the human race that they comprehended themselves. Or, in the future, they could cultivate the berserk intent in their bloodline with their demon spirit arts. But no matter what, the will of the strength bloodline is of the spiritual Yuan Qi attribute. Then the other Zhongyuan body cultivators use spiritual Yuan Qi to recover their energy. And I, Lu Kuan, have merged the will of two attributes and condensed the hyperboloid bloodline rune. At the same time, I have both the true devil bloodline and the strength bloodline. Does that mean I can absorb the demonic spiritual Yuan Qi alone? Thinking of this, his mind moved. The demonic spiritual Yuan Qi gushing out from the abyss below disappeared, and the spiritual Yuan Qi above swooped down at an even faster speed. He did not immediately enter the Dantian. Instead, he observed the spiritual Yuan Qi entering his body. He found that although the spiritual Yuan Qi entered his blood, it was only soaking in it and did not form blood Yuan Qi. Lu Kuan frowned. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels contracted into a ball. The Yuan force rolled, forming an inwardly collapsing force. Just as he finished doing all this, the spiritual Yuan Qi that entered his blood was forcibly absorbed into the ball of viscera. To refine blood Yuan at the Zhongyuan stage, one needs to borrow the Yuan force's inwardly collapsing force. Lu Kuan thought. His perception sank into the ball of viscera and entered the Dantian of his viscera. After entering, he saw a sky full of white spiritual Yuan Qi light balls gushing out from the 6 viscera walls of his Dantian. One by one, they fell into the blood essence sea. Then, under the passive magical fluctuations radiated from the bloodline pool, they combined with the blood essence sea and formed a bright golden energy. Sure enough, spiritual Yuan Qi alone can also form blood Yuan, or is it called blood vital essence? Lu Kuan observed carefully. After the spiritual Yuan Qi light balls entered the blood essence sea, they dispersed into tiny particles and merged with the blood essence sea bit by bit. They contained both spiritual Yuan Qi energy and Qi blood energy. The pseudo-soul formation stage cultivators recover their primordial spirit through vital essence, so the bloodline primordial spirit should be recovered through blood Yuan Qi. While he was thinking, the blood Yuan Qi that had merged with the blood essence sea began to converge towards the 5 viscera islands in the middle. Soon, it merged with the 5 viscera islands. There is a special twitch in the viscera. It seems to be chewing on the blood vital essence. The blood vital essence has entered. It's a little different. Lu Kuan suddenly discovered that the blood vital essence had become solid after being filtered by the 5 viscera islands. Moreover, in his perception, it seemed that only after 9 blood vital essence particles passed through the viscera would they become one solid blood vital essence particle. 9-to-1. Is this the effect of the 9-star constitution? Lu Kuan was shocked. At the beginning of the blood condensation stage, the ratio of spiritual energy absorbed by the body cultivator and converted into blood mana was determined according to the number of stars of the constitution. It would increase the success rate of core condensation and bone melting. Moreover, after the bone treasure stage, the density of the blood demon power was also related to the constitution. The denser the blood demon power, the faster the bone treasure stage cultivation speed, and the easier it would be to break through to the bone transformation stage in the future. However, what special effects does this kind of 9-in-1 transformation have in the Zhongyuan stage? Just as Lu Kuan was thinking about this question, the bright golden blood vital essence particles seemed to be attracted by something. They all rushed towards the double helix bloodline seal script, and their direction was the single chain of strength seal scripts. There's a suction force within the double helix. It seems to be caused by the lack of berserk intent. He couldn't help but focus his senses. These bright golden blood, true essence particles were like blood dissolved in water. They easily merged into the bloodline origin particles of the strength rune chains, then followed the chains into the tendons of will, and finally surged towards the golden light of the violent intent in the middle. The berserk will is starting to recover. Lu Kuan quickly sensed that the primordial spirit in the twin helix bloodline was being nourished. Let's see how many blood true yuan granules are needed to recover a single berserk willpower bond. Out of curiosity, he controlled all the 9 in one blood true essence granules that entered the bloodline pool and gathered them into a berserk willpower bond. 1 granule, 2 granules, 3 granules. When it reached the 4th granule, the berserk willpower bond became full. So fast. According to this ratio, the replenishment of the bloodline yuan spirit is very fast. There is no need to use any top-grade spirit stones at all. Could this be the effect of the 9 in 1 blood yuan? The berserk willpower chain seems to be able to absorb the blood true yuan granules. Lu Kuan seemed to have discovered a magical thing. Even if the will of the berserk willpower chain was restored, as long as he urged it, it could continuously swallow the blood true yuan granules. 1 granule, 2 granules, 10 granules. 1. After swallowing 10 granules, a ball of silver-white granules suddenly separated from the berserk willpower chain in the middle and fell into the bloodline pool. What is this thing? Lu Kuan was taken aback. From this white granule, he felt an extremely pure energy. It was a bit like yuan qi, but it seemed to be even purer than yuan qi. An energy of a higher level than yuan qi? Is this the effect of the bloodline power? It also looks a bit like a bloodline origin particle. He looked at the white, round granules floating in the bloodline pool and was a little confused. Since it has been created, can it be converted back? Lu Kuan had a strange idea in his mind. Then, the white round granules rolled back into the double helix rune and entered the berserk willpower chain that had been restored. It seems that it can't be converted back. What's going on? At this moment, he suddenly saw the white round granules. He didn't know if he was controlling them too fiercely or for some other reason, but they actually passed through the berserk willpower chain and rolled to the other side. After being filtered by the resplendent golden willpower, their color became purple-black, and they emitted an extremely special aura. It was like some kind of pure demonic yuan qi, but it also seemed to be of a higher level than demonic yuan qi. It also had the feeling of a bloodline origin particle. Wait, the aura of this purple-black granule seems to be very similar to the lightning energy of the Demon Emperor. Lu Kuan discovered this, and his heart suddenly became extremely shocked. How could it be the energy of the Demon Emperor? The energy of the Demon Emperor comes from demonic yuan qi. What is this purple-black granule? And what is that white granule just now? Demonic yuan qi, spiritual yuan qi. Are they essentially the same? They can be converted into each other, but they are energies of completely conflicting attributes. Forceful fusion will result in violent annihilation. If they come from demonic yuan qi, then what is the essence of the energy? Lu Kuan looked at the bloodline pool blankly. He suddenly felt that his berserk bloodline seemed to have opened a mysterious door. Chapter 1363. After a while, Lu Kuan's emotions calmed down. He looked at the tiny particle in the bloodline pool that emitted a special demonic energy aura. With a thought, he moved it back to the golden berserk willpower bond. With a slight tremble, a silver-white spherical particle appeared at the other end. At this time, Lu Kuan suddenly discovered that the berserk willpower bond that transformed the spherical particle had become slightly dimmer. If he had not observed carefully, he might not have noticed it. This kind of energy that is of a higher level than yuan qi can be transformed into each other through the willpower bond of the berserk bloodline. And this process will consume a small amount of the berserk willpower. The Demon Emperor's lightning energy can fuse with each other's origin force fields and greatly increase the recovery speed of the body. Then, what kind of help does my energy that is refined through the berserk bloodline have on the body? While thinking, Lu Kuan tried to transport the silver-white spherical particle to the blood essence sea outside. But when it entered the 5 Viscera island, it suddenly flashed and disappeared as if it had been absorbed. What's going on? Wait, my viscera. Lu Kuan suddenly felt a trace of warmth in his viscera, as if there was a power spreading inside. This feeling was similar to when he used magic power to nurture bone treasures during the bone treasure stage. This is refining my viscera? Lu Kuan was stunned for a moment. Then, through the bloodline rune, he condensed a silver-white particle, and through the berserk willpower bond, it transformed into a purplish-black demonic energy particle. After sending it into the Viscera Island, a numbing spasm came from his viscera. It was completely different from the previous warmth, as if it was both destructive and restorative at the same time. It was just like when he used thunder attribute spells to refine his body when he was at a lower level. This kind of special energy that has been refined through the berserk bloodline has the effect of improving the viscera. The demonic energy particle is a mixture of destruction and restoration, while the spiritual energy is purely nurturing. Lu Kuan was amazed. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels of the human body were very special. Although they were made of smooth muscles similar to muscles, they were the organs of the human body. There was no way to refine them with domineering magic energy. At the late bone transformation stage, the method of tempering one's internal organs was to draw heaven and earth origin energy into the body and slowly enhance it. Whether it was spiritual origin energy or demonic origin energy, with the help of the power of life, it could enhance the strength of one's internal organs. As for Lu Kuan, due to his divine sense concealment ability, in addition to various coincidences, he was able to destroy his internal organs through the invisible mental shockwaves produced by the nether spirit crystal and various willpower. Then, with the help of Yuan Shi, he was able to greatly increase the strength of his internal organs in a short period of time. As early as 80 years ago, his internal organs had already reached the peak of the late bone transformation stage. Whether it was spiritual shock waves or heaven and earth origin energy, there was no way to increase his strength. But even so, the true strength of his internal organs still couldn't be compared to his muscles, let alone his bone treasures. He didn't expect that this mysterious energy that was refined through the berserk bloodline could actually strengthen his internal organs again. As Lu Kuan pondered, he constantly injected this special energy into his internal organs. The recovery speed of his blood essence couldn't keep up with the consumption, and the blood essence in his sea of blood essence was soon empty. With a thought, he drew the demonic origin energy into his body alone. He found that, just like the spiritual origin energy before, the blood demon origin energy was dark gold and entered the bloodline pool at a ratio of 9-1. It could also restore the bloodline origin spirit. Moreover, through the berserkwell bond in the middle of the double helix rune, it condensed the dark purple particles of the demonic attribute. Lu Kuan gradually understood. After the blood essence is transformed by the internal organs in bloodline runes, it can be purified into a special energy. At present, it seems that this energy can enhance the strength of the internal organs, but it can only be stored in the bloodline pool of the internal organs island. Let's call it visceral origin energy. The dark purple is the demonic visceral origin energy, and the other is the spiritual visceral origin energy. If a normal body cultivator breaks through with the double helix rune of strength, and their bloodline origin spirit is of the spiritual origin energy attribute, then they should be able to condense the spiritual visceral origin energy. After all, I only used the single-chain bloodline rune of strength to transform it. As for the mutual transformation of the two attributes of visceral origin energy, I'm afraid it's the special feature of the dual attribute bloodline will. Lu Kuan pondered for a moment and exhausted the blood demon origin energy in his body. Then, at the same time, he drew the demonic spiritual origin energy. Above the cliff and below the abyss, there were white and black origin energy halos surging toward him. However, when they came within 10 feet of Lu Kuan, under the effect of the bloodline origin spirit, They merged into golden origin energy and entered his body. In his internal dantian, a large number of golden light balls suddenly appeared and merged with the sea of blood essence to form golden blood yuan energy. Then, under the control of Lu Kun, they penetrated the 5 internal organs island and entered the bloodline pool at a ratio of 9-to-1. The condensed golden blood yuan particles could not only pass through the strength rune chain, but also enter the will bond in the middle from the true demonic rune chain. It only took 2 particles to restore the berserk will bond to a full state. A single attribute condensed blood yuan requires 4 particles. Although this golden blood yuan consumes the same amount of origin energy, the speed is twice as fast. He hesitated and continued to inject golden blood yuan particles into the restored will bond. 1, 2, until the 10th particle, 1 dark purple and 1 white, flowed out from the 2 ends. Lu Kun was a little disappointed. He thought that there would be some golden particles, but who knew that there would only be 2? This kind of energy can't be fused? There doesn't seem to be any conflict between them. Looking at the 2 different colored visceral origin energy that appeared at the same time, Lu Kun discovered that this kind of energy did not seem to conflict with each other like demonic spiritual origin energy and demonic spiritual origin energy. The visceral origin energy can't leave the bloodline pool, so it has no use in battle. It must have a lot to do with the cultivation of the visceral origin level. But now is not the time to study it. Lu Kun suppressed his curiosity and focused on absorbing the demonic spiritual origin energy. His burly body was gradually enveloped by the golden light of origin energy. In the core island of the Heavenly Spirit Formation Array, a group of pseudo-soul formation cultivators sat cross-legged on the top floor of the pavilion. They surrounded Beihan Fairy in the middle, waiting for something quietly. Abbot Ji Yuan stood outside the circle and looked at these people, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He had been patrolling outside the Heavenly Spirit Formation, so he didn't know what Lu Kun had done. When he met with the other pseudo-soul formation cultivators, he learned that Master Lu was using their essence qi to cultivate a divine power. However, he had a feeling that Lu Kun was doing it on purpose to annoy Lords Ice and Fire. Wasn't Beihan Fairy in front of him fine? After a while, Beihan Fairy frowned and said, "This is strange. 2 months ago, I felt some fluctuations in my essence qi. It should be Master Lu casting a spell, but it only lasted for a few days. Now that 2 months have passed, there's still no change. Could it be that Pavilion Master Lu has finished his cultivation?" Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. Maybe Master Lu's 3 heads and 6 arms has reached the phenomenal success level and it doesn't need our essence qi anymore. Then he should be back soon. The army of the fiend race is here. The longer we wait, the more unfavorable it will be for us. Master Lu said that he would be back in a few months. So, it should be, there is some movement in the fiend mist. Just as everyone was guessing the situation of Lu Kun's divine ability cultivation, the black demonic fog in the distance suddenly tumbled. Waves of terrifying demonic essence pressure surged from a distant place. Even though they were in the Big Dipper array, they could still feel the turbulent fluctuations. These people released their divine senses and saw that in the depths of the demonic fog, a large amount of demonic yuan qi was tumbling, forming a vast black cloud of light that was hundreds of miles wide. It gradually twisted and turned into an incomparably huge funnel of black cloud, with endless demonic yuan qi gushing downwards. This phenomenon seems to be a breakthrough of the soul formation level. A new fiend lord has broken through. A few hundred miles of thick fiend essence qi. It's definitely a breakthrough of the soul formation level. So, there are now 4 fiend emperors and 5 fiend lords. It's only been 3 months, and the fiend race has become more powerful. Even if Master Lu is holding back the 4 fiend emperors, with our strength and the Heavenly Spirit Formation, we may not be able to kill 5 fiend lords in a short time. After the pseudo-soul formation cultivators determined that this was the phenomenon of a fiend lord's breakthrough, their faces turned pale. Some of them even showed fear. Just like that, a day passed. The thick fiend essence chi in the distant sky gradually dissipated. The depths of the fiend mist returned to calmness. However, everyone's mood became extremely depressed. While everyone was silent, a blurry light suddenly rushed in from the northeast direction of the heavenly spirit formation. With the sound of air exploding, it shot toward the formation island. Master Lu is back. He should have also sensed the Fiend Lord's breakthrough. After these pseudo-soul formation cultivators sensed Lu Kuan's light, although they were slightly excited, many of them still looked worried. Accompanied by a blast of air, Lu Kuan and the others landed in the center of the pavilion. Hong Yintian looked at the fiend mist that had calmed down in the distance and snorted coldly. It's only been a few months, and the fiend race has one more fiend lord. Lu Kuan, your previous idea was right. Only by keeping the fiend race in captivity can we support the rapid development of the body refining pavilion. Lu Kuan clicked his tongue and said, I didn't expect that after a few months, the fiend race would give us such a surprise. A fiend lord's body is full of treasures. The pseudo-soul formation cultivators around listened to the conversation between the two and found that Master Lu didn't seem to care about one more fiend lord at all. Abbot Ji Yuan couldn't help but ask, Master Lu, has the power of your 3 heads and 6 arms improved further? Can you suppress 4 fiend emperors now? Lu Kuan smiled and said, during this time, Lu didn't cultivate 3 heads and 6 arms. The pseudo-soul formation cultivators' faces became ugly. Then what are you doing? Our realm of primordial chi was almost shattered. There's one more fiend lord. How are we going to fight this war? However, they didn't dare to say these words out loud. They just complained in their hearts. Lu Kuan glanced around and felt these people's uneasiness. He said lightly, I don't have to use the 3 heads and 6 arms anymore. Lu has officially entered the body refining realm. Body refining realm? Master Lu, you've made a breakthrough. As soon as the pseudo-soul formation cultivators showed a shocked expression, they felt an extremely violent willpower surging out of Lu Kuan's body. In addition to this horrifying willpower, there seemed to be a pressure that came from the depths of the human bloodline. Everyone's body began to tremble unconsciously. Chapter 1364. At the border between the Great Zhou Dynasty and the Broken Nation, on the floating island of the Guiyuan River. This island belonged to the myriad immortal dock. Currently, thousands of cultivators were gathered here. The weakest among them was at the core formation stage. They were like an army of mortals, divided into neat formations. There were a total of 37 formations as far as the eye could see. These cultivators lined up at the ferry of the myriad immortals dock, all of them looking towards the south. At the end of their vision, they could see enormous battleships, each at least 200 feet long, rushing towards them on the surface of the Guiyuan River. At the very front of the ferry of the myriad immortal dock, there were 2 old men floating in the air. One of them was an old monk wearing a red kasaya and holding a dark golden staff. He was the junior brother of Huatian Temple's Abbot Ji Yuan, a grand cultivator, Monk Ji Yuan. As for the old man beside him, although he was as thin as a match and looked weak, his body was faintly seething with astonishing sword chi. This person was one of the vice pavilion masters of the body refining pavilion, Yu Longfei, who was in charge of the Sky Sword Pavilion. This late nascent soul stage sword cultivator looked at the battleships in the distance and said with a surprised tone, I heard from Elder Chin of the Treasure Pavilion that each Big Dipper battleship is made of the best materials. Although these materials are compatible with the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth, it is extremely difficult to operate the basic formations. Just to keep the formations running, each battleship needs 108 core formation stage cultivators to operate. With 36 battleships added together, just the number of core formation stage cultivators alone is close to 4,000. Hearing this, Monk Ji Yuan said with a sigh, I am responsible for the collection of materials for the Big Dipper battleships. The value of the materials for each battleship is no less than a divine spirit treasure replica. It is also thanks to Master Lu's tyrannical strength that the other soul formation stage, cultivators, didn't dare to disobey his orders. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to build 36 Big Dipper battleships in just 80 years. Yu Longfei also sighed. Back then, when I first met the Pavilion Master, he was still at the early stage of bone transformation. I didn't expect that after only 300 years, he would step into the spirit transformation realm with his self-created body, refining cultivation method. When Ji Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "This old monk knows that Master Lu successfully broke through half a year ago, but even Senior Brother Abbot doesn't know about his supernatural powers. Can fellow Taoist, you tell me whether or not Master Lu can suppress the demon race's 4 demon emperors?" Yu Longfei pondered for a while and said, "Over the past 6 months, the Pavilion Master has been in seclusion with the Great Elder. It seems that they are refining some special treasure and have not shown any of their strength. However, according to this Yu's understanding, the Pavilion Master's combat strength should be 2 small realms higher than the traditional cultivation world. According to the Great Elder, in ancient times, the Great Elder of Yi Yuan School was able to tie down 5 Devil Emperors with a cultivation base of peak deity stage. He even managed to kill 2 of them. This was under the condition that the Great Elder could only control his spiritual Yuan Qi. When the Pavilion Master was still at the early stage of bone transformation realm, he could fight with a great cultivator. When he was at the pseudo-spirit transformation realm, he could even suppress the Demon King. Now that he has entered the real level of spirit transformation realm, his strength is probably comparable to a cultivator at the late stage of spirit transformation realm. Although the Pavilion Master has just entered the spirit transformation realm, he can control the spiritual Yuan Qi at the same time. With his combat strength comparable to the late stage of spirit transformation realm, suppressing the 4 demon emperors should not be a problem." Ji Yuan nodded slightly, and his expression was slightly relaxed. Then he remembered something and looked at the 37th team on the floating island and said with some doubts, "By the way, Brother Yu, this old monk is a bit strange. In the teams below, there are some scattered bone treasure stage body cultivators. The 37th team of the Body Refining Pavilion is made up of sword cultivators from the Sky Sword Pavilion and some bone treasure stage body cultivators. There's only one nascent soul cultivator in the team, Dugu Yiming." Yu Longfei followed Ji Yuan's gaze and saw that Dugu Yiming's cultivation had reached the middle stage of nascent soul stage. He chuckled and said, "The 37th team is not from the Body Refining Pavilion, but from the Sky Sword Pavilion." Sky Sword Pavilion? Ji Yuan was slightly surprised, and then he carefully observed. Only then did he discover that although there were 18 body cultivators, those sturdy bodies were exuding an astonishing aura of the metal attribute. Where are the other bone transformation realm body cultivators? Where are they? Yu Longfei didn't immediately answer, and instead asked, "Grandmaster, you should know the use of these 36 astral battleships, right?" Ji Yuan nodded and said, "Of course. The reason why these battleships are called Heavenly Dipper battleships is because they are made according to the Heavenly Dipper 36 formations. They can be copied onto the battleships so that the formations can move with the battleships. With the help of this movement formation, the cultivators can use their advantage and launch long-range attacks on the demon army. They can also use the formation as a barrier to approach the demon army step by step." Yu Longfei nodded and said, "That's right. But for a bone transformation stage body cultivator, this kind of defensive array formation is of little value. They have powerful bodies and their fighting style is close combat. They are more suited for close combat, not long range." Ji Yuan hesitated and said, "But the astral battle formation is not a specialized defensive formation. When the time comes, there will definitely be high-level demon generals. At this time, if there are bone transformation realm body cultivators holding the fort, wouldn't it be safer?" Yu Longfei smiled faintly and said, "I had the same idea as you in the past. But if you have fought a body cultivator, you will know that their strongest point in war is not defense, but offense. Offense? Yulongfei thought of the war in Wei and sighed. Offense is the best defense. If a body cultivator is like a sharp knife and stabs into the enemy army, not only can it disrupt the enemy's rhythm, but can also create an excellent opportunity for us cultivators to attack. Ji Yuan was stunned and couldn't help but say, "Fellow Taoist, you means that the bone transformation realm body cultivators will charge into the demon army? But even if there is no demon emperor or demon king, there's still nearly 100 demon generals. This is dangerous." Yulongfei showed a look of anticipation and said, "I don't know how they will participate in this battle. I only know that the Great Elder is leading the team. But in the past, the low-level body cultivators' charging methods were amazing. Now that the bone transformation realm body cultivators have formed a team, I fear they will have even more powerful methods." Charging methods? Just as the two were talking, the sound of turbulent waves suddenly came to their ears. An incomparably huge battleship slowly came to a stop on the sea below. The first astral battleship has arrived. Ji Yuan saw this and suppressed his curiosity. His body's magic power surged, and his voice spread throughout the floating island. "The astral battleship has arrived. Everyone please board in order. The first team will follow this old monk down." As soon as the words fell, the first wave of cultivators flew up from the ferry. From the surging magic power, one could see that there were more than 100 core formation realm cultivators and as many as 9 nascent soul realm cultivators. As these cultivators entered, the huge battleship floating on the river gradually lit up with bursts of spiritual light. It slowly rose into the air and flew towards the entrance of the Broken Kingdom not far away. Then the second ship, the third ship, northeast of the Broken Kingdom, North Pole Mountain Range. Next to the Northern Yuan Sect's teleportation array, there were 7 cultivators dressed in tight robes. Each of them had a strong physique, and even the female cultivators had obvious muscle lines. They were the body-refining pavilion's bone transformation realm body cultivators. They were the first-generation disciples Huang Xiaoyun and Pan Yin, and the second-generation disciples Zhao Qiming, Li Qianfeng, Duan Yiyun, Gao Yong, and Hu Qian. At this time, Pan Yin, who was the tallest among them, suddenly asked, "That's right, senior brother. What did Master mean by positional warfare and mobile warfare?" The others also looked over. Their pavilion master had only told them in the voice transmission talisman that their mission was to coordinate with mobile warfare and positional warfare. He didn't explain in detail. Hearing this, Huang Xiaoyan smiled and said, "Actually, it's easy to understand. The so-called positional warfare refers to the traditional cultivators. They basically rely on the nodes of the array to fight. Although the astral battleship has a certain degree of mobility, in a real battle, they will land on the ground and turn into 36 nodes of the array. From there, they will display the power of the astral 36 array. If the demons are forced to retreat, then they will drive the astral battleship forward, layer by layer, using the power of the array to push forward until they reach the main camp of the demon army. This is the positional warfare that Master spoke of." The other body cultivators were a little enlightened. Huang Xiaoyan continued, "But this positional warfare has its flaws. That is, mobility is too poor. If the strength of the demon army exceeds our estimation, the positional warfare will fall into a passive state. Even the astral battleship has the risk of being destroyed one by one. In order to bear the power of the array, the astral battleship is extremely cumbersome. Its flying speed is slow, and there is no way to flexibly escape. As long as one of the battleships is damaged, the power of the astral 36 array will be greatly reduced, and the positional warfare will become a live target. Bone transformation stage body cultivators are the complete opposite. Although we are few in number, we have incomparable speed, defensive power, and breath concealment methods. Together with Elder Shur and the others, we have amazing explosive power in a short period of time. When the demon army is involved in the positional warfare of the cultivators, we can silently lurk behind the demon army with the help of senior brother. Huang Xiaoyan chuckled. We are like a sharp blade that comes and goes without a trace. From time to time, we will stab the demon army in the back and then run away. After running away, we will wait for an opportunity to return, making the demon army restless. This is the positional warfare that Master spoke of. As long as Master and the Spirit Severing Stage cultivators keep the Demon Emperor and Demon King busy, with the combination of our positional warfare and our positional warfare, the victory will belong to the human race. So that's how it is. The other body cultivators all understood, and each of them showed an excited expression. At this moment, the transmission array in front of them lit up with a faint blue light. After a while, a burly bald man and a small golden monkey appeared in front of everyone. Hong Yuntian glanced around and said, "The astral battleship has entered the Broken Kingdom. We can set off now." "Yes, great elder." Then Hong Yuntian's body twisted, and like a melting candle, shrank by half, and flew directly out of the North Pole Mountain. As for the other 7 body cultivators, the power of blood tumbled around their bodies. Their muscles, blood vessels, and organs melted one by one, condensing into their bones. Soon, they became 7 colorful skeletons and followed Hong Yuntian into the dense space cracks. Chapter 1365. In the Broken Kingdom, the light of the heavenly constellation 36 formations had dimmed at some point. Huge battleships that were at least 200 feet long were floating above the original 36 formation nodes. Countless cultivators were like hard-working bees, going back and forth between the nodes of the formation and the heavenly constellation battleships, moving this powerful soul formation stage formation onto the battleships. At this time, the great cultivators who were in charge also flew onto the battleships and activated their formation plates to check on the situation of the formation. Abbot Ji Yuan patrolled between the battleships and occasionally drew in the chi of heaven and earth to adjust the finer details. At the same time, 8 cultivators stood on a thick spirit cloud in the sky. The burly man in the lead was Lu Kuan, who had entered the Viscera origin stage. Behind him were all the pseudo-soul formation stage cultivators. These 7 pseudo-soul formation stage cultivators did not pay attention to the heavenly constellation battleships below, nor did they observe the demonic mist. Instead, they stared blankly at their palms. In each of their palms, there was a fist-sized ball of golden blood. Not only did it emit a violent will, but it also had a special energy similar to the soul formation stage true essence. After a moment of silence, Mo Qing could not help but ask, "Master Lu, is this the treasure you said could block the attacks of the Demon Kings?" The other pseudo-soul formation stage cultivators also looked at Lu Kuan. Half a year ago, after Master Lu successfully broke through, he said that he had the power to suppress the Demon Kings. He also said that he could create a temporary defensive treasure that could block the attacks of the Demon Kings multiple times, greatly increasing their defense. If they had such a treasure, they could focus most of their energy on attacking. With the help of the heavenly constellation formation and the divine spirit treasure, they could stall or even suppress the 5 Demon Kings. But these pseudo-soul formation stage cultivators did not expect that the temporary defensive treasure was actually a ball of his blood. Lu Kuan said coldly, "This is the flesh-bone armor unique to body cultivators. Every ball of blood in your hands was refined by Lu at the cost of his primordial spirit. It took me half a year just to recover my primordial spirit. If I did not want to save your lives, we could have started the battle half a year ago. Flesh-bone armor, condensed from the primordial spirit of a body cultivator?" Everyone's expression became even more confused. They could understand the primordial spirit of a body cultivator because it contained the aura of a violent will. However, this was clearly a lump of blood essence. What did it have to do with the armor? Lu Kuan said indifferently, "This blood-bone armor needs to be in contact with the flesh before it can be fully activated. Remove your inner armor first and place it on the back of your neck. Don't use your Jin Yuan and Yuan Shun to repel it. It will turn into an armor and protect your fragile flesh. After hearing Lu Kuan's words, Gu Deming hesitated for a moment. Then, his body flickered with light, and he put away his inner armor. Then he slapped the golden sphere of blood behind his neck. Hiss! His pupils constricted. He felt countless tiny tentacles stuck to the spine at the back of his neck. Then, a layer of warm liquid surged to his torso and limbs as if it had a special life. Although Gu Deming was wearing a robe, he did not use his divine sense to conceal it. Everyone could clearly see that a layer of pale golden armor covered his skin like flowing water. This layer of armor seemed to be made of some kind of bone material. It was very hard. There were also curved runes on it that no one had ever seen before. Gu Deming looked at his body with some curiosity. In his perception, this armor was divided into two layers. The outer layer was hard bone armor, and the inner layer was soft and elastic flesh. Traces of violent will mixed with the power of qi and blood were concentrated in the flesh layer, while the energy that seemed to be Zhen Yuan was in the bone layer. Gu Deming could clearly feel that whether it was the violent will or the special energy inside, they were of a higher level than his endless vitality and Zhen Yuan. Although the Zhen Yuan in his body was a bit afraid of the energy in the armor, it could still operate freely. His primordial spirit was not affected at all. Just as everyone was observing this layer of golden armor, Lu Kuan's voice came. It contains the special energy of a soul formation realm cultivator. According to Lu's calculation, it can withstand at least 10 attacks from a Devil King. It can even withstand 4 or 5 melee attacks from a Devil Emperor. Those pseudo-soul formation realm cultivators looked at the golden blood mass in their hands suspiciously. How could such a mass of blood have such terrifying defensive power? At this moment, an extremely condensed white halo fist suddenly appeared outside of Gu Deming's body. It hit Gu Deming's chest at lightning speed. Boom! After a loud noise, the robe of this soul formation realm cultivator of the Xian sect was shattered. He stood there with a golden glow. It seemed that this terrifying attack formed by qi did not affect him at all. At first, everyone was startled by Lu Kuan's condensed essence attack. But after seeing what happened next, they were stunned. He is unharmed. His defensive power is so terrifying. Gu Deming's face, under the golden armor, was even more surprised. The true essence in his body surged. He waved one hand, and a few azure sword chi formed by essence chi appeared outside of his body and blasted toward this layer of armor. Clang, clang, clang. After a few crisp sounds, the sword chi dissipated. The golden bone armor still didn't change, but the true essence energy inside it had decreased a little. Time is of the essence. Put on. Hearing this, these people no longer hesitated. As for the female cultivators like Beihan Fairy and Shui Hua, even though they were a bit hesitant, they still put this mass of blood on the back of their necks like the others. Then, the skin of every pseudo-divinity transformation stage cultivator was covered in the flesh and bone armor. The golden armor on their heads, on the other hand, turned into a grimace that was similar to their appearance under Lu Kuan's control. As long as you communicate with a violent intent at the back of your neck with your primordial spirit, the flesh and bone armor will turn back into a mass of blood. Remember to return it to Lu after the battle. I will go and prepare. When the transfer of the heavenly dipper array is done, let me know. Then, the air outside of his body twisted slightly, and he shot up into the sky, disappearing from everyone's sight. These pseudo-soul formation realm cultivators carefully felt Lu Kuan's flesh and bone armor. Although the feeling of flesh and bone against skin was a bit strange, it gave them an inexplicable sense of security. At the edge of the array of a heavenly dipper battleship had been completed. Hundreds of core formation realm cultivators were inside the cabin, adjusting the array with a few nascent soul realm cultivators. At the front of the battleship, Yu Longfei and a short old man with blonde hair stood side by side. Behind them stood Dugu Yiming and the 36 disciples of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Among these disciples, Half of them were body cultivators of the sword body art, and half of them were sword cultivators of the demon sword art. They were all mid-stage core formation realm cultivators and didn't participate in the adjustment of the array. Instead, they stood quietly in pairs. The blond old man held a complicated array disc in his hand and said with a bit of regret, "Unfortunately, this Shue's mission this time is to control the array. Otherwise, I would want to fight with these demon bastards myself." Yulong Fei said seriously, "The real threat is still the Demon King realm cultivators. Taoist Shue's battle is much more important than those demon generals. It's just using the array to coordinate with the soul formation realm cultivators. It's not as exciting as fighting personally." The blond old man's eyes flashed with battle intent. "This Shue believes that I am not weak. Last time, I sparred with Brother Yu, and there was no clear winner. If I can participate in the battle, I can compete with Brother Yu and see who can kill more demon generals." Yulong Fei shook his head. "This Yu's mission this time is not to deal with the demon generals, but to prevent the demon kings from attacking the Heavenly Dipper battleship." Prevent the demon kings? The blond old man was shocked. He carefully looked at Yulong Fei and said, "Brother Yu, although your cultivation has reached the peak of the great cultivator realm and you have fused with some sharpness, I don't think you can take the attack of a demon king." Yulong Fei said, "If it was any other place, this you wouldn't be able to take the attack of a demon king. But in this metal element array node, this Yu's void spirit sword, Qi, can unleash its full power." The blond old man was in disbelief. "Void spirit sword Qi? How is that possible? You aren't even a pseudo-soul formation realm cultivator. How can you know the skills of a soul formation realm sword cultivator?" Yulong Fei chuckled. "This you can only use it a few times with the help of the spirit treasure replica and the pavilion master skills. It can't be counted as my own cultivation. Other than this Yu, there are also fellow cultivators with spirit treasure replicas in the surrounding battleships. They're all guarding against the demon kings." The blond old man was stunned. "Then there won't be any great cultivators participating in the battle of the demon generals. Who will deal with the late-stage demon generals?" Yulong Fei looked at Dugi Yiming behind him and said proudly, "Of course, the body refining pavilion will deal with them." The blond old man was about to say something, but at this time, the formation plate in his hand suddenly lit up. The other 35 Heavenly Dipper battleships in the distance seemed to be resonating with each other, and colorful restriction lights appeared at the same time. The transfer of the Heavenly Dipper 36 formation is successful. The blond old man looked in the direction of the demon fog and said, "Next, it will be the Soul Formation Realm Senior who will cast the spell to destroy the demon fog." Yulong Fei looked up at the sky and said slowly, "Taoist Shue, it won't be the Soul Formation Realm Senior. It will be our pavilion master who will personally destroy the demon fog and open the curtains to the war." "Master Lu, the demon fog is so vast. I heard that it is an illusion array set up by the demon race. How can Master Lu destroy it alone?" The blond old man was confused. He muttered to himself and looked up at the sky along with Yulong Fei. "Huh, what is that?" At this time, the other cultivators on the Heavenly Dipper battleships also noticed something and looked up. A fiery red meteorite had appeared high up in the sky. The air on its surface was twisted and distorted, and it was surrounded by scorching flames caused by the friction with the air at high speed. Rumble. Following the sound of air friction, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in a radius of several hundred kilometers seemed to be affected by something. It turned into streaks of black and white light and quickly converged toward the meteorite. When the two types of spiritual chi reached a radius of 10 feet from the meteorite, it turned into a pure gold color and exuded an extremely terrifying spiritual chi pressure. The meteorite was dyed golden, and it was as dazzling as the sun in the sky. Buzz. Immediately afterward, a dull explosion sounded. The golden spiritual chi around the meteorite tumbled violently and extended to the sides as if it had grown a pair of wings. 100 feet, 200 feet, 400 feet, 600 feet. In 1 or 2 breaths of time, 2 extremely solid golden saber auras grew out from the 2 sides of the meteorite. Then, a terrifying force surged out from the meteorite and began to rotate on its own. The 2 huge saber auras spiraled, and as the meteorite fell, it rotated faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a golden whirlwind with a diameter of more than 120 feet. The air and golden halos were twisted inside, and it contained an extremely terrifying stirring force. Wherever it passed, cracks appeared in the space. The thousands of cultivators on the 36 battleships were all silent as they stared blankly at the colossal object in the sky. This golden meteorite whirlwind seemed to have come from beyond the 9 heavens, dragging a thick blue tail flame behind it as it fell into the thick demon fog. Chapter 1366. In the depths of the demonic fog, the small valley near the spatial passageway had disappeared and was replaced by a huge city that stretched for more than 10 miles. This city was divided into 2 layers. The outer layer was covered by a black stone wall that seemed to be built directly from the ground. There were special demonic runes engraved on it that flashed with demonic light. When a nearby demonic fog approached, it would surge upward and form a semicircular demonic fog shield above the city. It was filled with purplish-black energy that emitted a mysterious power that made people sleepy. The inner layer of the city was a formation that was more than 100 feet in diameter. There were more than 20 purplish-black stone houses inside. These stone houses were located at the nodes of the formation and were all wrapped in dense demonic chi. In the center of the formation, near the spatial passageway, there was a sacrificial altar that was built with steps. 8 demons stood on top of it in 2 circles, forming a double circular formation. 4 demon emperors stood in the inner circle, and a demon king stood in the outer circle behind them. There was a distorted force field between them, and deep purple lightning was rolling inside. It seemed that they were cultivating some kind of joint secret technique. Suddenly, a stone house not far away trembled, and a strong sense of brutality surged out. The nearby demonic vitality seemed to be attracted and turned into balls of black light that gathered toward it. The high-level demons on the sacrificial altar sensed this scene and looked over. Shuefeng successfully broke through. Among the 9-peak late-stage demon kings, 2 have successfully broken through. If there are 2 more, we will have 8 demon kings. At that time, we won't have to be afraid of that 3-headed, 6-armed monster. While the demons were talking, the surrounding demonic vitality became more and more turbulent. Countless black halos surged out of the demonic fog outside the city and madly gathered here. Even the sound of wind and thunder could be heard in the air. It sounded like the sound of the overly turbulent demonic vitality. The surrounding demonic fog was also rolling. This movement is a little too big. Strange, it's clearly an ordinary demon king breaking through. Why is the nightmare fog stirred? Suspicion flashed in the eyes of the demon emperors as they looked at the churning purplish-black demonic fog outside the city. It seemed that the dream demon formation had been stimulated by the gathering of demonic essence. Just as they were wondering what was going on, the spatial tunnel behind them lit up with waves of blue light. The countless spatial cracks in the distant demonic fog also shone brightly like the stars in the sky. Not long after, the dense demonic fog that shrouded the city dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The drowsy aura above it also rapidly declined. Not good. This is a sign that the nightmare mist is losing its effect. How is that possible? Calculating the time, only a few days have passed in the demon world. Lord Demon Sovereign couldn't have removed the mirage plate. Just as the demon emperors turned pale with fright, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble, and the demonic mist began to churn violently like giant waves in the sea. The initial sound of wind and thunder had now turned into a continuous roar, as if some kind of violent wave of air had rushed into the demonic mist. What the hell happened? The 8 high-level demons couldn't care less about the Demon King who was in the midst of a breakthrough. The totem patterns on their foreheads lit up with bursts of light as they probed outside with their divine senses. Because the nightmare formation was rapidly fading, its power was greatly reduced. Their divine senses had been probing hundreds of miles away. When they saw the scene in the demonic mist, they were all stunned. At the core of the violently churning demonic mist, there was a golden whirlwind that was at least 100 feet long. It was attacking the demonic mist, exuding a terrifying pressure of primordial chi. The twisting force of the whirlwind twisted the space behind it, and spatial cracks were torn open. Wherever it passed, whether it was the spatial cracks in the demonic mist or the space torn by the golden whirlwind, they were all smoothed out by the twisting force field it emitted. Moreover, it also had some kind of terrifying suction force, followed by a white halo behind it. Spiritual primordial chi was like a giant wave that rushed into the demonic mist. When the demon emperors and demon kings were about to use their divine senses to probe the golden whirlwind, they immediately felt an extremely violent will impact them, as if they had hit a solid wall of will. Violent will, golden primordial chi, it's that monster. This guy is using the limit of the realm's power and force field characteristics to smooth out the spatial cracks. More than 30% of the spatial cracks have collapsed, and the nightmare formation has completely dissipated. He found us. We have to stop him. Go, use the twin star battle formation that we cultivated. As their divine senses surged, the 8 demon race powerhouses maintained a double circle formation. The force field around them rolled, drawing in the surrounding dense primordial chi, forming an oval purple-black escape light that shot into the distance. As the distance between the two sides closed, the golden whirlwind gradually became clear in the eyes of the demon emperors that were shining with purple light. In the middle of the whirlwind, there was a burly humanoid creature that was spinning at high speed. Pure golden primordial chi covered an area of 3 feet around its body, and each of its hands was holding a golden saber. The 2 sabers were like top-grade demonic artifacts. From both ends of the saber extended a condensed long-range force field, fusing with the primordial chi to form 2 golden primordial chi sabers that were 60 feet long. Under the astonishing spinning speed of the humanoid creature, the 2 sabers, one in front and one behind, spun in a spiral, attacking the spatial cracks in the demonic fog with the largest attack range. The spinning humanoid creature seemed to have discovered the approaching demon race. The spiral sabers turned around, and the 120 feet long spiral attack became a sideways attack at this time. Every time the terrifying golden sabers slashed down, waves of spatial ripples would be created, and blue spatial power would ripple. It was like a destructive saber wheel cutting towards them. Twin star battle formation, fused with the demonic artifacts, attacked the side. Demon Emperor Luo Yu, who was leading the group, saw this and said with a grave expression. The demon race's formation quickly changed. The double circle became one above and one below. The 4 demon emperors each stood on the shoulders of a demon king. The force fields of both sides intertwined, and the passive force field of each combination grew to 9 feet. Immediately after, a demonic artifact appeared in the hands of each demon emperor. Unlike the various weapons before, this time there were 4 identical war hammers. They raised the hammers above their heads at the same time, and 4 primordial chi hammer shadows appeared. Under the intertwining of rich purple lightning energy, they moved to the center of the circle and fused together in the blink of an eye, turning into a giant hammer of light that was at least 30 feet long and surrounded by purple lightning. Then the 4 demon emperors raised their hands and spun a circle above their heads. They aimed at the spiral sabers and hammered them from the side. The golden spiral sabers seemed to react very quickly. The vertical spiral saber light was directly tilted by 90 degrees and collided with the solid warhammer. Boom! A dazzling black-gold halo bloomed, and the nearby space was like a spider web. Dense blue cracks appeared and were constantly being flattened by the twisting force field. The golden saber seemed to carry a powerful force, and it opened a gap on the warhammer. Immediately after, the second golden saber bombarded and enlarged the gap. The muscles of the 4 demon emperors and demon kings were trembling, especially the 4 demon emperors. Their hands tightly gripped the war hammer, and the deep purple energy in their bodies was tumbling. The 300 feet long primordial chi war hammer seemed to be supported by some kind of energy. The gap quickly solidified, and with its powerful recovery ability, it resisted the spiral slash of the golden sabers. The purplish-black hammer shadows became more and more dazzling, but the golden saber light became dimmer and dimmer. After a few rounds, the 260 feet long golden saber lights completely shattered. The burly man with the dual sabers seemed a little surprised when he saw this scene, but before he could do anything, the purplish-black hammer shadow suddenly exploded. The twisting force field mixed with the deep purple lightning seemed to teleport, wrapping around the burly man's body. Immediately after, the 8 high-level demons had already arrived around the burly man, and their positions changed back to the original inner circle. The demon king's hands were pressed against the demon emperor's backs, and the force fields of the several demons intertwined, turning into a distorted circular cage with a radius of nearly 10 feet, trapping the burly man inside. This force field cage seemed to isolate the demon spirit's primordial chi. The golden light on the burly man's body disappeared, leaving only the passive force field, resisting the shrinking of the cage. No one could gain the upper hand. It's a success. The double-star battle array combined the primordial spirit and demonic chi to simulate a spatial seal. He can't absorb the primordial chi. How can this guy have the power of a mid-stage demon emperor in this form? There is only a kind of violent will in his body. The unyielding will and resentment are gone. What about the 3 heads, 6 arms divine ability? These demons exchanged a few words with each other, and suddenly found that the burly man's body was surging with monstrous chi and blood. A golden light emerged from under his skin, and the force field emitted a golden luster. Not good. This guy still has primordial chi energy in his body. The 4 demon emperors' faces changed, and they quickly stabilized the force field. Under the golden force field of the burly man, although the circular cage did not collapse, it tumbled in the air. We can still trap him, pull back the altar, and use the power of the demon array to suppress him. Okay, wait, there is movement in the distance. What's that? Right at this moment, the 8 demon emperors suddenly looked toward the east. They saw that at the edge of the thin demonic mist, there were dozens of enormous battle arcs. There were colorful restrictive light screens tumbling between them, and there were many human figures on each of the battle arcs. These battle arcs had formed some kind of special formation, and there were 6 terrifying auras being nurtured within them. Human cultivators? Why are they suddenly attacking? This guy looks like a human. Is he a human cultivator? This seems to be the human race's 36 heavenly astral formation. Although its aura is a lot weaker than it was 700 years ago, there are at least 6 types of soul formation initial stage powers inside. This monster has destroyed the demonic mist and entangled us. The rest of our people can't stop this human formation. The demon emperors were immediately troubled. They had thought that this monster with 3 heads and 6 arms was a creature from the spirit realm that had accidentally entered this realm. However, looking at this formation, even if this guy was not a human, he had most likely formed an alliance with them. Demon Emperor Luo, you looked at the burly man standing against them and said in a solemn voice, "The only thing we can do now is to stall this monster while you organize your people to break through the human race's heavenly astral formation." One of the demon kings couldn't help but say, "But Master Luo, you, without us, bring out a quarter of your primordial spirits. Although your powers have decreased slightly, you should be able to take on the human race with the help of Xue Feng and Qi Shi, 2 new demon kings." "Yes, Master." The 4 demon kings each materialized a fist-sized ball of purplish-black light in their hands upon hearing this. They struck the 4 demon emperors in the chest before flying toward the demon tribe city down below. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the burly man's golden force field abruptly swelled, expanding the circular cage around them by a foot or two. Although it was still unable to break free, the massive force behind it caused the cage to twist left and right before tumbling off into the distance. Chapter 1367. In a strange place far away from the world of cultivators, there was a thick black fog that extended for thousands of miles. A large amount of dark purple lightning flashed inside the fog, fusing with the thick fog and faintly forming a huge humanoid lightning creature. Around the giant creature, there were 8 tall demons in bone-spiked demon armor with totem patterns. Their bodies were shining with a rich, dark purple halo, as if they were casting some kind of spell. In the air above the head of the lightning creature, there were 3 demons standing in the air. One of the male demons was wearing a robe. He looked short and not strong at all. His face was covered with totem patterns, and there was a pair of black vertical pupils that emitted a soul-stirring light. The other male demon was tall and sturdy. He was more than 3 meters tall. He wore a purple-black armor and had a bald, square face. He had a sharp beard on his chin, and half of his head was covered in purple-black totems. The last one was a female demon. She was tall, with tight, light purple skin wrapped in a purple armor. The totem patterns on her face extended from the side of her face to her long hair behind her ears. These 3 demons were the 3 demon lords of the demon realm. Rich, dark purple lightning energy was surging in their bodies, and it was constantly injected into a disc in the middle that was surrounded by distorted air. After an unknown period of time, the 3 demon lords seemed to have sensed something and opened their eyes almost at the same time. At this time, countless blue lights lit up in the thick black fog around them. The huge thunder creature in the fog showed a painful expression. The dark purple lightning that made up its body began to tremble, as if its body was about to collapse at any time. The collapse of the space crack. Is it the power of the realm? Impossible. The power of the mirage disk is completely within the scope of the small realm. It can't cause a backlash from the realm. Could it be that the realm's limit exists and forcibly smooths out the space crack? Even the peak of the middle stage Demon King can't do this. Only the middle stage Demon Emperor can distort space in a very small range with the help of the force field. The realm repels creatures from other worlds, so Luo Yu and the others can't break through. Is it the creature that seems to be from the spirit realm? It has the force field of a demon emperor? Speaking of this, the 3 demon sovereigns' expressions couldn't help but change. Demon sovereign All Heaven's face sank as he said, "Due to the spatial turbulence and boundary suppression, we can't contact the sacred race disciples inside. We have to consider the worst-case scenario." The tall female archfiend narrowed her eyes and said, "The worst-case scenario is that the creature suspected to be from the spirit realm has the magical power of a middle-stage archfiend. Moreover, it has joined forces with the human race to deal with our archfiend army and seal the space channel. Breaking the nightmare formation is the first step of the war." The short demon venerable snorted coldly and said, "Luo Yu, what do we do now? We have spent so many resources and even stopped the war with the Star Soul race. We have to take down this small realm." The All-Heaven Devil Celestial looked at them and slowly said, "If we forcibly use our spells, we will have to face the backlash of the realm force. When we open the channel, you and I were slightly injured. If we continue, I'm afraid it will take us hundreds of years to heal." The short demon venerable said in a deep voice, "We have already stopped the war with the spirit realm. There won't be a war for the next 1,000 years. Even if we are injured, it won't affect anything." The tall female archfiend slowly said, "When those insects heard that this venerable wanted to see their spatial node, they directly closed the space channel to the holy world. The nether insect race won't harass us for the time being." Demon Sovereign All Heaven slowly said, "If that's the case, then we will do our best." "Good. All demon sovereigns, listen to my orders. Change the formation again. When the 8 demon sovereigns heard this, they began to change positions. A terrifying energy pressure soared into the sky, and the speed at which the vast expanse of demonic fog collapsed rapidly. In the Broken Kingdom, more than half of the dark purple demonic fog near the space channel had receded. The sky within 1,000 miles of the Broken Kingdom had returned to its original appearance. There were even fewer spatial rifts in the sky. Suddenly, the last wisp of dark purple fog gushed out from the remaining spatial rifts, stopping the demonic fog that was about to collapse. However, after that, the spatial rifts stopped moving, and only pure demonic chi flowed out. A large amount of dense white spiritual chi flowed in along with a huge wave of spiritual yuan, mixing with the remaining demonic fog and demonic chi, forming a vast area of black and white fog. The 4 demon kings who had returned to the demon race's city were pleasantly surprised when they saw this scene. The nightmare fog hasn't completely disappeared. It must be Lord Demon Sovereign casting a spell. Although the illusory aura inside is much weaker, it still contains pure demonic chi. It's still suitable for our sacred race to fight. At this time, a male demon flew out from the altar array in the inner city. A force field of 3 feet surged around him, and his body emitted dense demonic chi. He was the demon king who had just broken through half a year ago, Weeping Stone. On the ground below him, there were 16 demon kings. They had bone spikes and thick scales, and their demonic chi was thick. These late-stage demon generals were spontaneously standing guard outside the stone house that was absorbing demonic origin energy. Weeping Stone arrived in front of the 4 demon kings. As he watched the 4 demon emperors disappear from his field of vision, there was a trace of fear in his eyes. He said, "Shwe man, the human-looking fellow just now, could he be that monster that required the aid of you to join forces?" A powerful-looking female demon king heard this and said with a dignified expression, "Luoyue and the others can only temporarily trap him. Only by pulling that fellow into the altar will we be able to deal with him. Time is of the essence. We need to defeat the humans as quickly as possible and then go back to support them." "But Shwe Feng is making a breakthrough," Shwe Man coldly said. "There's no other way. We have to wait for him to absorb enough demonic origin energy. During this time, his primordial spirit should have been half-formed, and he should be able to fight. The strongest human powerhouse is only at the pseudo-divine transformation realm. Disciples of the sacred race, quickly assemble." Under the orders of the several demon kings, the stone house in the middle stopped absorbing demonic origin energy. The fluctuations of demonic origin energy and brutality within began to rapidly converge. 16 late-stage demon generals flew out in all directions. Under their organization, squads of demons were gathered together. In this half a year, not only did this group of demons gain 2 new demon kings, but they also gained 3 more late-stage demon generals. There were also a dozen or so demon soldiers that broke through to the demon general realm. They were divided into 16 teams, each team led by a late-stage demon general. There were 9 early and middle-stage demon generals and 37th-level demon soldiers. Each demon cultivator held a hammer, axe, saber, and other giant weapons in their hands, all of them brimming with killing intent. Then, under the leadership of the 6 demon kings, this army of over 600 elite demons flew towards the distant human battleships. In the human camp, in the skies above the astral heaven battleships, 7 pseudo-divine transformation powerhouses and Abaji Yuan floated high in the air. Although the surrounding demonic fog hadn't completely dissipated, it didn't affect their divine sense. When they saw that Lu Kuan was stopped by 8 demon race experts, they couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Master Lu should be fine, right? He seems to be trapped by the other party. It seems like he is trapped, but both sides are evenly matched. Master Lu should be in the lead. Otherwise, he wouldn't have followed the plan and brought these demon emperors away from the battlefield. These pseudo-divine transformation powerhouses discussed and analyzed, and their expressions finally relaxed. Fortunately, we attacked at this timing. The anomaly in the depths of the demonic fog, just now, is clearly the birth of another demon king. The breakthrough anomaly was interrupted. Although his primordial spirit and demonic origin energy aren't at their peak, his strength shouldn't be underestimated. Abbot Ji Yuan, you can only stay with us. Otherwise, with our strength, it's not safe to deal with 6 demon kings. Great spiritual Lord Buddha, this old monk would do his best. Everyone pay attention. The demons are on the move. There are many late-stage demon generals. It's a little different from what Master Lu had scouted. It seems like many demons have broken through during this period. All cultivators, pay attention. Follow the plan and activate the heavenly astral 36 formations. Following these pseudo-divine transformation powerhouses' orders, the 36 heavenly astral battleships lit up with spiritual light and descended toward the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Following a series of low rumbles, these battleships were like mini mountains as they crashed to the ground, sending out shock waves. Each battleship was a node of the spell formation, and 6 battleships gathered together to form a giant spell formation. Under the control of the powerful cultivators, the dense restrictive power resonated with one another. 6 types of special energy waves surged in all directions, and the vital energy of heaven and earth from hundreds of kilometers away converged at an astonishing speed. The extremely dense, white vital energy dispersed as it approached the heavenly astral 36 formations. It turned into colorful halos of light and gathered above the spell formation of the giant battleships, forming 6 dense, vital energy clouds. Golden, earthy yellow, ice crystal, fiery red, light green, and purple. 6 different colored vital energy clouds tumbled and tumbled. More and more terrifying vital energy manifested and exuded from them, as if they were nurturing some kind of terrifying spell. Chapter 1368. Just as these 6 vital energy clouds surged, 6 types of spell techniques appeared in the spell formation area below them. Below the fiery red vital energy clouds, there were massive rings of flame wreaths that surrounded the 6 battle arcs at the very bottom. These rings of flame wreaths stacked on top of one another and connected with the vital energy clouds in the air. Below each of the other vital energy clouds, there were also spell techniques of similar nature. There were crystalline ice snowflakes, azure whirlwinds, purple lightning, yellow sand, and specks of golden mist. They enshrouded the 6 spell formation nodes and exuded unique energy fluctuations as they absorbed the surrounding vital energy of heaven and earth. Chirp! The crisp cry of a bird suddenly reverberated between heaven and earth. A fiery bird constructed from a fiery red halo rushed out from one of the vital energy clouds. Every single feather on its body was clearly visible, and there seemed to be a series of intricate runes circulating within them. Powerful vital energy manifested from its body, and it hurtled toward the demon tribe army in the distance at an astonishing speed. It's only at the soul formation initial stage with the help of the spell formation. The humans here are even weaker. The blood barbarian demon king flew at the forefront of the demon tribe army, and he harumphed coldly at the sight of the fiery bird flying out from the spell formation. He raised the giant axe in his hand, and a rich black light exuded from its surface before materializing into a substantial axe blade. He leaped into the air and stepped on the twisted air beneath his feet before bringing his axe down upon the fiery bird. Boom! Fiery vital energy and demonic vital energy resonated with one another, and the fiery bird was disintegrated into specks of spiritual light by the demonic axe. Following the appearance of the fiery bird, a series of powerful spell techniques also surged forth from the other clouds one after another. From the Earth-type vital energy cloud, a mountainous square-shaped seal flew out. Not only was it imbued with Earth-type vital energy, but it was also imbued with a terrifying sense of heaviness. From the Ice-type cloud, there was an ice phoenix that was similar to the fiery bird from before, and it was flapping its spiked ice crystal wings. From the golden cloud, there was a weapon that appeared to be a golden halberd. There were sharp, short blades on both sides of the halberd, and there was a sharp sword tip at the front, exuding a powerful aura of sharpness. The final two vital energy clouds were a lightning hammer formed from a ball of lightning, and a giant wind blade that resembled a crescent moon. In the face of these powerful vital energy spells, the 6 demon kings that had already flown out of the spell formation all raised their demonic artifacts and met the onslaught with their powerful force field abilities. Aside from the Demon King that had just made a breakthrough and was barely able to shatter the vital energy wind blade, the other Demon Kings appeared quite relaxed. But soon after, their expressions became serious. In the distant clouds, powerful spells emerged one after another. When the first wave arrived in front of the devils, the second wave was already on the way, and even the third wave was about to be born. It was as if there was no gap between them. One after another, they continuously rushed towards the devil army. The Demon Kings had originally planned to attack the battleships on the ground, but they did not expect the elemental energy spells to be cast at such an astonishing speed. However, if they did not block them, the demon generals behind them would not be able to withstand such a terrifying attack. They want to consume our devil aura with long-distance spells? Humph, they are just 7 semi-god realm warriors. Even if they have the help of the formation, so what? Human semi-god realm warriors are too weak. Let's go over. The other demon generals try to destroy the nodes of the spell formation. After Blood Barbarian Demon King finished speaking, he led the other 5 demon emperors and flew toward the 5 vital energy clouds. As they flew, they waved the demonic artifacts in their hands and bombarded the onslaught of powerful spells. Although the group of pseudo-divine transformation realm cultivators had borrowed the power of the spell formation and could continuously cast vital energy spells, they could not leave the core of the spell formation because of the spell formation. When Fire Spirit Supremacy and the others saw the Demon Kings that were getting closer and closer, they were not surprised. The Demon King's advantage was in close combat. Naturally, they would not attack from a distance. Follow the plan. Trap the Demon Kings. Alright, following Fire Spirit Supremacy's voice transmission, the pseudo-divine transformation realm cultivators' vital energy surged. They held a spell disc in one hand and formed a spell in the other. They stared at the Demon Kings that were flying toward them. Wait until they reach the height of the vital energy clouds. Almost there. Be careful. They are speeding up. Now, seeing the 6 Demon Kings fly into the sky, the pseudo-divine transformation realm cultivators loosened the spell in their hands. The vital energy clouds around them suddenly trembled violently. The clouds that represented the wind, thunder, and ice attributes quickly sank. Dense tricolored halos spread out. In the blink of an eye, a vast cloud of ice and thunder was formed under everyone's feet. At the same time, the other 3 vital energy clouds flashed above their heads. They mixed into a vast reddish-yellow cloud, one above and one below. 2 thick layers of vital energy clouds intertwined at the edge. It was like a sealed oval sphere that stretched for dozens of miles. It trapped the pseudo-divine transformation realm cultivators and the 6 demon kings inside. The 8 cultivators in the middle were surrounded by a thick layer of 6-colored light shield. They looked at the demon kings that were a bit stunned. Their hands did not stop moving. One after another, Dharma treasures that emitted a shocking aura shot out and attacked those demon kings. More than 80 years ago, Fire Spirit Supremacy and the others were fighting in the demonic fog. They were in a passive position. Now, with the help of the Heavenly Spirit Formation, they had pulled the Demon Kings into this cloud that was filled with spiritual vital energy. They used all their skills. Other than the Divine Spirit treasures, the vital energy clouds around them also released terrifying spells from time to time. Boom, boom, boom. Following a series of explosions and terrifying waves, the 8 human cultivators and the 6 demon kings engaged in a fierce battle within the heavenly spirit formation. As the demon kings were trapped by the heavenly spirit formation, the cultivators on the battleships below were very excited. But then they realized that the heavenly spirit formation seemed to have changed. The oval-shaped vital energy clouds in the sky had divided the formation into 2 layers. The vital energy of heaven and earth within a radius of hundreds of miles was directly converging toward the upper layer of the formation. Under the suppression of the spiritual vital energy on the upper layer, the demonic fog and demonic chi in this area were all pushed down to the ground. It was more than 100 feet thick, almost reaching the deck of the heavenly spirit battleships. At this moment, the lower layer of the heavenly spirit formation was like a sea of demonic fog. The 36 battleships were divided into 6 groups, floating on the sea. There were 6 protective spell pillars in each group. These spell pillars not only isolated the demonic fog, but also supported the vital energy clouds in the air. When the cultivators probed the demonic fog with their spiritual sense, their expressions changed. The remaining demonic fog had no effect on deity formation cultivators, but when nascent soul cultivators probed it with their spiritual sense, they felt a sense of drowsiness. They looked into the distance and saw that the 16 groups of demon race cultivators had disappeared. They had clearly entered the demonic fog. Be careful, the demon race will definitely concentrate their forces on one area. Increase the defensive spell and help each other at any time. Don't leave the battleships so easily. Be careful of the demon race's sneak attack from the demonic fog. The nascent soul cultivators communicated through special voice transmission talismans. They all raised their spiritual power, and many even took out their magic treasures, ready to fight at any time. Time slowly passed. The demonic fog below slowly drifted, making it impossible to see where the demon race troops were or which battleship they were planning to attack. The cultivators could only wait for an opportunity to strike. All of a sudden, the demonic fog near the ice element formation began to tumble. Hundreds of deep purple lights flashed within. Over here, they're about to attack. Quick, support them. Although there were only 9 nascent soul cultivators on this battleship, the surrounding 5 battleships immediately came to their aid. Dozens of magic treasures were controlled by the nascent soul cultivators and shot over from afar. At the same time, the ice crystals and snowflakes in the sky turned into a burst of icy fog and rushed towards the demonic fog. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of air being torn apart sounded. The expected demon generals did not appear. Instead, they were replaced by hundreds of black demonic arrows. The sky was filled with colorful magic treasures, mixed with the radiance of various spells, and clashed with the demonic arrows. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions sounded. When the arrows struck the magic treasures or spells, they directly exploded. Countless destructive auras soared into the sky. Many cultivators' expressions changed slightly. They felt that their magic treasures were greatly impacted. The weaker magic treasures even had their spirituality damaged. Fortunately, due to the appearance of body cultivators in the past few decades, the immortal cultivation world had changed the way to control magic treasures. When magic treasures were hit by heavy attacks, their minds were not affected and they were not injured. At this time, the demonic fog below rippled under the violent impact of the spells, revealing the scene inside. The 16 teams of demon race troops had already split up. The late-stage demon generals stood at the front, while the rest of the demon generals stood at the 2 sides of the battleship. If any cultivators flew over to support them, they would most likely be ambushed. The demon soldiers all stood behind the late-stage demon generals. They were in groups of 3, forming a strange circular formation. Each group of demon soldiers held a giant crossbow together. One was stuck in the crossbow, while the other 2 pulled the string. A crystal-clear black arrow was placed on the crossbow. These demon soldiers used their physical strength while injecting demonic energy into the giant crossbow. The mysterious demonic patterns on the arrows lit up. As these demon soldiers released their hands, they launched the second round of powerful demonic arrows. The demon race's attacks were almost instantaneous. The cultivators only intercepted a portion of the arrows. The rest bombarded the defensive spiritual light outside the battleship, dimming a lot. When the 100-odd demon generals saw that they could not ambush the cultivators, they waved their giant weapons and rushed out of the demonic fog. They surrounded the battleship as if they wanted to break through its defenses in one fell swoop. Chapter 1369. At this moment, on a nearby battleship, Lu Jinyuan's robe swelled up and a crescent-shaped ice blade floated in front of him. A 10-meter-long crescent-shaped ice blade shot out. Not only was the ice blade extremely fast, but it was also constantly absorbing the icy yuan qi in the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, it emitted a circle of dense, icy blue halo, and a terrifying yuan qi materialized pressure spread out. Although there was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator in the cabin of each of the 36 Heavenly Dipper battleships, they were all in charge of the Heavenly Dipper formation and could not come out to fight. Fortunately, there was a peak-stage cultivator in each of the 6 nodes of the formation. With the help of the Divine Spirit treasure replica in their hands and the rich yuan qi of heaven and earth in the nodes of the formation, they could unleash powerful attacks that were not inferior to pseudo-deity transformation stage cultivators. They could guard against the casual attacks of the Fiend Kings at any time. The great cultivator who was guarding the node of the ice formation was the sect master of Northern Yuan sect, Lu Jinyuan. When he saw the Fiend army launching a terrifying attack under the cover of the demonic fog, he decisively activated the Spirit Treasure replica and unleashed the yuan qi materialized attack. Although the group of fiend generals who had just flown out of the demonic fog were somewhat surprised, they did not panic at all. 5 late-stage fiend generals flew out of the team and waved their weapons that were shining with dazzling demonic light to meet the yuan qi materialized ice blade. Boom! Intense icy yuan qi and fiend yuan qi overflowed in all directions. The huge yuan qi ice blade broke inch by inch and collapsed into fierce yuan qi waves that rolled in all directions. The 5 late-stage fiend generals staggered back in the wave. Their weapons and scales were covered with a layer of frost, but judging from their auras, they did not seem to be injured. But at this moment, the demonic fog beside them suddenly rolled and a golden figure rushed out. It was a golden-haired little monkey with 4 ears. Its 2-feet-tall body rapidly expanded as it rushed out. In the blink of an eye, it doubled in size and turned into a 5-feet-tall golden ape. Its arms also doubled in size and were thicker than its legs. Accompanied by the 3 terrifying wills of resentment, brutality, and madness, the fiend yuan qi in the surrounding demonic fog gathered and formed a 3-feet-tall black fiend ape illusion behind it. Immediately after, the golden ape took a deep breath and its chest swelled up. Then it raised its deformed and thick monkey fist and hammered it on its chest. The devil ape illusion behind it turned into a halo vortex and entered the ape's mouth. Long-arm fiend ape. How is this possible? Not good. Be careful of Sky Roar. The demon generals seem to have recognized the demonic ape illusion. Their expressions changed drastically as they stopped charging at the battleship. They used their bodies as shields to block the hundreds of demon soldiers behind them. Roar! The fiend ape illusion. The fiend ape illusion. The fiend army. Fiend of the fiend of the fiend ape. The first to bear the brunt of the attack were the 5 late-stage fiend generals who blocked the ice blade yuan qi. They had not stabilized their bodies, and under the impact of the terrifying sound wave, they swayed even more violently. As for the hundreds of fiend generals behind them, it was unknown whether they were prepared or for some other reason, but their bodies only staggered and their muscles were sore. As for the fiend soldiers on the ground, they were not hurt at all. The Fiend generals felt all of this and were a little stunned. Legend had it that the sky roar of the long-armed Fiend ape could severely injure the body of Fiend King. Only the Fiend Emperor could withstand it. But why were they not hurt? The power of this sky roar is not as terrifying as the legends say. This is not a Fiend King level Fiend ape. But just as the Fiend generals were in a daze, the little golden-haired monkey that released the sky roar had unknowingly appeared under a late-stage Fiend general and grabbed his ankle with its thick arms. At the same time, the Fiend fog below suddenly trembled and several incomparably sturdy figures rushed out. These people were extremely fast, leaving behind afterimages in the air. The leader was a bald, horse-faced man. It was Hong Yun-Tian. His expression was cold as he scuttled behind a late-stage Fiend King in the air and wrapped his arms around his neck. His palms that looked like two humans turned into twisted black tentacles that rushed into the Fiend General's mouth and ears. Following that, a formless force field spread out from his body and bound his huge body. What kind of monster is this? The late-stage Fiend General felt that the black tentacles that entered his mouth seemed to have grown countless teeth and were constantly gnawing at his flesh. His eyes flashed with fear of the unknown. Before he could do anything, he was swept into the Fiend fog by this monster with tentacles. On the other side, a golden sword light flashed, and Huang Xiaoyan appeared in front of a late-stage Fiend General. His arms locked the other party's arms. Light flashed from his soft ribs, and the spirit-devouring Yiksha Corpse King rushed out from his soft ribs to help him lock the Fiend General's legs. Ener and the other 4 Corpse Kings that appeared at the same time surrounded 2 late-stage Fiend Generals. Millions of gene of strength came from their arms. These 5 late-stage Fiend Generals had just collided with the Yuan Qi Ice Blade and were hit by the Sky Roar. Whether it was their physical body or Fiend Qi, they were all in a state of weakness. The Fiend cultivators that rushed out of the Fiend fog ruthlessly dragged them into the Fiend fog below. In addition, Li Qianfeng, Gao Yong, Duan Yun, Hu Qian, and Zhao Qiming, the 5 Fiend cultivators, grabbed the ankles of the nearest early-stage Fiend generals with lightning speed and dragged them down with the help of their physical body's source strength. The surrounding Fiend race was shocked by this scene. Such terrifying strength, could it be the Fiend race? Why do they have the Fiend King force field ability outside their bodies? These thoughts flashed through their minds. Many of the Fiend race's scales had goosebumps. The remaining 11 late-stage Fiend generals seemed to have sensed something and looked at the metal element formation more than 30 miles away. A skinny old man stood quietly at the front of the battleship. A green jade ruler floated in front of him. Countless metal chi sword lights converged on the jade ruler. 2 strands of sword chi, one green and one gold, were intertwined inside. There was also a thick dark golden blood chi mixed in. These energies converged into a green-gold halo sword. Then, the air around it distorted slightly, and the Yuan Qi sword disappeared. There are also human sword cultivators. It's the void spirit sword chi of a soul formation sword cultivator. Be careful. The late-stage Fiend generals recognized this sword Dao ability and immediately closed their eyes. The purplish-black scales on their bodies stood up as if sensing something. Suddenly, the 6 Fiend generals raised their weapons at the same time and slashed toward the distance. Clang! Accompanied by a crisp sword cry, the green-gold sword seemed to have teleported. It shot out from the twisted air and clashed with the weapons of the 6 late-stage Fiend generals. A terrifyingly sharp sword chi intertwined with the devil Yuan Qi. Under this extremely sharp Yuan Qi attack, the 6 late-stage devil generals were sent flying. However, this terrifying Yuan Qi sword also dissipated along with it. Not a true soul formation sword cultivator. 5 late-stage Fiend generals are enough to block it. These 2 human cultivators can display attacks close to the Fiend King. Split into 2 groups of late-stage Fiend generals to block them. 30 Fiend generals to guard the Fiend soldiers and the strange Fiend race in the demonic fog. The rest, follow me to break through this battleship. Under the command of a late-stage fiend general, the fiend race's formation rapidly changed. Of the original 16 late-stage fiend generals, 5 were pulled into the demonic fog by the suspected fiend race cultivators. 5 floated to the left wing of the battleship, guarding against Lu Jinyuan. The other 5 were on the right wing, facing off against Yu Longfei, who was dozens of li away. The early-stage fiend generals flew down to protect the hundreds of fiend soldiers below. These fiend soldiers had not been affected before. Now, they were about to unleash their third wave of fiend arrow rain. Although many were blocked by the immortal cultivator's magic treasures, there were still hundreds of arrows that struck the defensive barrier of the Astral Star battleship. Along with the destructive chi, the thick barrier quickly dimmed. The 80 fiend generals also rushed to the side of the ship and hammered down with their shining fiend weapons. Soon, the outermost barrier of the Astral Star battleship was shattered. The hundreds of fiend soldiers below continued to pull the bowstrings of their giant crossbows, preparing to attack the immortal cultivators on the deck. But at this moment, the sound of air exploding suddenly entered the ears of the fiend soldiers. The demonic fog on the right wing suddenly churned. Something is coming. Careful. Go protect the fiend soldiers. They saw a yellow deformed ball of flesh rush out of the demonic fog. It seemed to be made purely of interwoven muscles. The thick muscle fibers on the surface were twisted and twisted. Rumble. This deformed ball of flesh rushed into the formation of more than 400 fiend soldiers at an astonishing speed. As if it had terrifying strength, it knocked over a dozen fiend soldiers and fell heavily to the ground. Then this ball of flesh twisted and a huge body of 9 feet tall appeared in front of all the fiend soldiers. He looked like a humanoid creature. Every muscle on his body swelled into many hills, almost wrapping his body into a ball. Half of his head was covered by the muscles on his shoulders, making him look extremely ferocious. Then, this deformed giant raised his hands and hammered the ground with his boulder-like fists. Along with the slight tremors of the ground, a yellow ripple of distorted force field surged out of his body and spread in all directions. The demon soldiers that were affected by the strange force field seemed to be drunk. Their bodies swayed, and some even fell to the ground. The giant ballistae in their hands also loosened. Chapter 1370. What kind of power is this? Lord Demon King's force field? No, it's some kind of special restrictive power. The weight of the body seems to have increased by 100 times. The surrounding demon soldiers all revealed looks of horror. The muscles under their scales contracted, and they quickly stabilized their bodies. For them who had the physical strength of 100 to 200,000 gene, the increase in weight did not cause too much harm. However, the weight of the crossbows had increased by 100 times, reaching 100,000 gene. The elasticity of the bowstrings also seemed to have changed. They would not be able to use the crossbows for a short period of time. Boom, boom, another series of loud booms came from ground. Seeing the demon generals surrounding him, the huge man who was so deformed that he resembled a ball of muscle began to run among the hundreds of demon soldiers. His speed was astonishing, completely unlike his bloated body. The earthen yellow force field radiating from his body was like a semicircular ball of light. As he ran, the demon soldiers who were affected by it all swayed left and right, unable to use the crossbows in their hands. Protect the demon soldiers. Join hands to deal with this guy. The surrounding 30 early-stage demon generals all rushed in, but when they were 20 zhang away from the giant, they immediately felt their bodies become 100 times heavier. They did not have the force field of the Demon King and relied on the demonic power in their bodies to fly. When their weight increased, not only did their flying speed decrease, their demonic power consumption also increased sharply. They could not catch up to the giant. These early-stage demon generals had no choice but to land on the ground and run with pure physical strength. Their speed was much faster, but the demon soldiers' formation on the ground became even more chaotic under their pursuit. The surrounding demon soldiers saw this scene and felt somewhat strange. This deformed meatball giant was only using the gravitational field to disturb them. He did not seem to have any intention of killing them. Even when running on the ground, he did his best to avoid colliding with them. The giant looked at them as if he was looking at some kind of treasure, as if he could not bear to destroy them. This made many demon soldiers feel an indescribable sense of strangeness. As the giant was only running in the demon soldiers' formation, the 30 early-stage demon generals could easily surround him. Borrowing the strength of their physical bodies, they rushed into the gravitational field and raised their weapons, attempting to attack. Facing the attacks of 20 to 30 devil generals, the deformed giant did not seem to care at all. He just crossed his bucket-like arms in front of his head and ran around the battlefield in a rude and unreasonable manner. These demon generals all sneered. Even a peak late-stage demon general would not dare to take on the bombardment of so many demon treasures with his physical body, let alone the fact that his skin was not protected by scales. But when they got close to the giant, they suddenly felt as if the weight of their bodies had disappeared. Under the force of running, their bodies floated up like feathers. All the demon soldiers in this area looked like they had seen a ghost. Their bodies and the giant ballistae in front of them floated into the air. The several early-stage demon generals at the front were spinning in the air. They had no way to borrow strength from the void, so they hurriedly circulated their mana in an attempt to stabilize their bodies. The magic treasures in their hands didn't have any power besides a layer of magic light. Bang, bang, bang. Then, these demon generals felt as if they were floating flower petals that were hit by a heavy boulder and were easily sent flying out of the gravitational field. At this time, their weight returned to normal. They drew an arc and fell to the ground, making dull crashing sounds. The demon generals who fell to the ground were dumbfounded. They had never seen such a strange power that could change the gravity at will. Sometimes it would be 0, and sometimes it would be 100 times stronger. In such an environment, unless they had the Demon King's force field and could borrow strength from the void, they would not be able to exert the physical strength of their physical bodies. This kind of power would even become an obstacle. For a moment, the 30 early-stage demon generals stood in the periphery. They looked at the deformed giant who made more than 400 demon soldiers lose their fighting strength and did not take the initiative to attack. Then, they looked at the battleship in front. Under the sneak attack of the suspected demon race, the attack of the demon army was delayed. 5 waves of cultivators flew out from the nodes of the formation in the distance. Each wave had 30 nascent soul stage cultivators. A total of 150 people came as reinforcements. Hundreds of magic treasures crisscrossed in the air above the giant battleship, blocking the demon generals who attacked the deck of the battleship. It must be known that the crossbows activated by the 3 demon soldiers had the offensive strength of an early-stage demon general. Without the support of the demon soldiers, not only would the demon generals not be able to break through the battleship, they would even fall into a bitter struggle. We must stop this guy. At least force him away. We can only activate the demon treasures from a distance. The 30 demon generals communicated with their spiritual senses and couldn't help but look humiliated. As demons with powerful physical bodies, they could only display their strongest fighting strength with demonic treasures in hand. But now, they had to learn from those humans with inferior bloodlines and hide in the distance to attack from a distance. This was simply an insult to the demons. But at this moment, they had no choice but to do so. Therefore, these early-stage demon generals gritted their teeth, and the nascent soul-stage demon force in their bodies surged violently. Their demon treasures turned into purple-black light and shot out. Although the gravity of the demon treasures was also affected, the demon race did not hesitate to consume their demon force. Even if the giant was fast, he was still attacked by the 30 demon treasures. Dang, dang, dang. A series of crisp sounds of collisions rang out, and the demons were all dumbfounded. After several rounds of attacks, the giant's yellow skin seemed to be even harder than the scales of the demon race. The demon treasures simply couldn't break his defense. Right at this moment, a purplish-black giant hammer shot out from the edge of the battleship. It contained a terrifying power and dense demonic energy. Bursts of black halos surged out from the surrounding demonic mist, wrapping the giant hammer in a layer of Yuan Qi halo. The late-stage demon general commanding the battle originally planned to attack the battleship with all his strength, but seeing this scene, he had no choice but to retreat. This sledgehammer, which contained a halo of magical energy, paused for a moment when it rushed into the range of the deformed giant's gravitational field. But under the magical power of a late-stage demon general, it still attacked at an astonishing speed. Boom! Under the expectant gazes of the surrounding demons, the giant's rock-like back muscles finally ruptured, revealing the pale, yellow muscle fibers inside. But then, yellow blood gushed out and weaved in the ruptured muscle fibers. This ruptured muscle, as if inflated, swelled up again. At the same time, the giant, who had not made any other movements, suddenly turned around and grabbed the giant hammer with his muscular hands. The late-stage demon general suddenly felt the astonishing power of the other party. It seemed to be a bit stronger than a mid-stage demon general. Seeing that the other party wanted to snatch the demon treasure, he coldly snorted and the demon force in his body surged. But then, a destructive energy rushed into the demon treasure, causing the demon light on the surface of the giant hammer to slightly dim. Fortunately, at this time, a mass of demon Yuan Qi just happened to converge and broke free from the giant's hand, flying out shakily. What kind of energy is this? After holding the giant hammer again, the late-stage demon general's expression changed. Although the demon treasure was back in his hand, he could sense that the structure inside had been slightly damaged. Looking at the giant, who continued to charge into the demon army's formation, as well as the strange gravity restriction that resembled a demon king's force field, his expression gradually turned grave. Then, the lips of the late-stage demon general moved slightly, as if he was transmitting a message to a certain demon. Then, he stretched out his other hand, and another giant hammer appeared in it. He did not care about attacking the battleship and directly rushed toward the deformed giant. Just as the demon army's formation was being turned upside down by the muscular giant, the demon fog, several hundred zhang away, was also surging violently. From time to time, there would be waves of terrifying qi surging inside. Somewhere at the bottom of the demon fog, a late-stage demon general was twitching on the ground. His body was wrapped in a layer of black liquid, which was continuously flowing into his mouth, nose, and ears, accompanied by an unyielding will. Gradually, all the black liquid entered his body, and the late-stage demon general gradually stopped struggling. His tightly closed eyes slowly opened, revealing a pair of pitch-black pupils. The scales on his face relaxed slightly, and he looked very comfortable. Such a fresh body is much more comfortable than the body of a demon zombie. Han Yunqian's voice came out of his mouth. Then, the demon general flipped his body over and stood up. At the same time, an invisible distortion force field gushed out from the scales on the surface of his body, squeezing the surrounding demon fog away. I didn't expect that after entering the mid-stage of demon transformation, the devouring power of the demon qi and demon qi would be even stronger. Coupled with the suppression of my will, I can easily occupy this body. He moved his body, and the scales on his brows suddenly wrinkled. This seat has the strength of 1,000,000 Jin, and late-stage demon generals are the same. According to the flesh doppelganger's ability, even if it can't reach full Yuan power, it should have the strength of a critical point. But now, it's only 1,500,000 Jin. Han Yuntian's heart flashed with some doubts. Then he looked up at the origin qi clouds in the sky. Lu Kuan has the Berserk Bloodline's active ability, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with 4 demon emperors. But it's hard to say for those pseudo-divine transformation stage cultivators. Just in case, this seat had better keep a trump card. The essence of a late-stage demon general's body is far from enough, Hong Yuntian muttered in his heart. A distortion force field gushed out from his feet, and he shot toward the rolling demon fog not far away. Chapter 1371. Somewhere in the demonic fog, a headless demon corpse lay on the ground. There was a bloody hole in its abdomen. A golden-haired monkey stood to the side. The force field in its palm was constantly twisting as it played with a 3-inch-tall purple-black demon infant. This demon race person flailed its limbs and struggled. However, under the suppression of the massive source force field, the range of its movements was extremely limited. Xiao Jin curiously sized up this demon infant. However, in his eyes, this was no different from a nascent soul of a demon cultivator. After the little monkey cultivated to the middle stage of bone transformation, it had all the abilities of the long-armed demon ape. Just by relying on the 50% increase in strength from the long-armed demon ape, combined with the severing fist battle technique and source force field, it was enough to suppress a late-stage demon general. The power of the surrounding demonic fog was greatly reduced. Even if it did not use its divine soul concealment ability, as long as it hid its body and consciousness in the depths of its spine and wrapped it in blood essence, it would not be affected. After a while, the surrounding demonic fog surged as a late-stage demon general slowly flew over. The demon infant that was trapped by the source force field revealed a look of joy. However, when it saw the distorted force field outside the demon general's body, it could not help but be stunned. The little monkey was startled at first. Then it felt a familiar aura and said proudly, "Old Hong, you only just finished it? I finished the battle in 10 breaths." Hong Yuntian ignored the smug monkey. He came to the headless demon corpse's side and opened his mouth. He spat out a ball of black liquid that surged into its ruptured abdomen. Accompanied by a strong aura of the demon race's bloodline, strange totems appeared on the surface of the purple-black scales of the corpse. They looked like patterns unique to the demon race, and they were rolling with an evil and greedy aura. Following that, the demon corpse seemed to be dehydrated as it shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. The demon infant in Xiao Jin's palm had a dull expression. It even forgot to struggle as it watched its late-stage demon general body shrink bit by bit, as if it was being devoured by some evil energy. After a while, its body was condensed into a purple-black ball of flesh and blood. Thick flesh and blood intertwined inside and was swallowed into the mouth of the demon general with the demon king force field. "Old Hong, what should we do with this demonic infant?" Xiao Jin asked. Hearing this, Hong Yuntian patted his abdomen and opened his mouth again, spitting out another demon nascent soul. Unlike Xiao Jin, his demon nascent soul had completely lost its divine soul aura, leaving only dense devil power. "Seal it with the dragon breaking stone powder. After the battle, I will slowly study it." "All right." The demonic neonate in Xiao Jin's hand stared at Hong Yuntian with its small eyes. There was a hint of confusion in its eyes, but more than that, there was a fear of the unknown. Its mind was in a mess. Just what kind of life form is this? Why would a demon king force field appear after seizing the body of a saint? What kind of energy is that black liquid? It actually swallowed my body so easily. If I'm not mistaken, when the liquid swallowed the blood traces that only a high-level Saint Clan member would have appeared. This long-armed demon ape also has a demon king force field. The 3-headed, 6-armed monster that Lord Demon Emperor is fighting also has one. Could it be that this world has given birth to a brand new race? Hold on, what they just said seems to be the language of humans. As this final thought flashed through its mind, the demon nascent soul felt an incomparably powerful and unyielding will attack it. Its divine soul immediately fainted and was wrapped up in gray powder. In another part of the demonic fog, roars constantly sounded out. A late-stage demon general was rolling on the ground. Huang Xiaoyan's muscles had swelled several times over. His deformed arms wrapped around the demon general's shoulder joints from behind. His hands went around the demon general's armpits and grabbed onto the bone spurs on the demon general's shoulder. His legs crossed the demon general's waist, and his feet wrapped around the front of the demon general's thighs, locking them behind the demon general's knees. The incomparably thick muscles of his four limbs were like giant steel cables that bound the demon general's limbs. At the same time, dark golden sword qi revolved around Huang Xiaoyan's body, bringing with it an incomparably sharp aura. It attacked the late-stage demon general's shoulder joints, elbow joints, pelvis, hip, and knee joints. A purple-black demonic saber shuttled back and forth in the air. Every time it was about to attack Huang Xiaoyan, the latter's force field would distort, using the late-stage demon general's body as a shield in front of him. Is this a human or a monster? Why does he have a demon king force field? Could it be the same race as that three-headed, six-armed monster? What came from the spirit world isn't a living being, but an entire race. Damn it, he actually understands the body structure of a Saint Clan member. I can't display my strength at all. The demon general saw that his demon treasure couldn't help him escape, so he simply stopped controlling it. Instead, he focused on operating the demon qi in his body. Strands of demon yuan qi gushed out from the surrounding demon mist, forming a faint protective film on the surface of his scales. The power of these continuous sword qis was immediately weakened by a lot, but there were still waves of powerful penetrating force that pierced into the scales. Although the sharpness of the sword qis was mostly blocked, there was still a pure force of impact that caused the tendons in the four limbs to go numb, and there was no way for him to fully exert his strength. It's effective. The late-stage demon general revealed a look of joy. With the support of demon yuan qi, the might of the opponent's sword qi rapidly decreased. Once his tendons completely recovered from the soreness, he would have a chance to break free. But he didn't notice that when he stopped controlling the demon treasure, Huang Xiaoyan's force field had a new change. His body floated from the ground to the air. This man and demon general were both lying on their backs. From a distance, Huang Xiaoyan's entire body was like a giant palm. His four limbs were incomparably thick fingers, and his torso was the palm that held the demon general in the palm of his hand. The 200-plus bone treasures in his body began to shine with a dark golden light. Countless incomparably sharp sword qi, under the influence of the source force field, followed the surface of his bones and converged towards his chest. The profound meaning of the fist heart sword is to compress and condense the sharpness of the sword treasure. Now, the bone treasure has fused with the eternal metal stone. It has become an even stronger sharpness. A small hand bone can no longer compress such a terrifying strength. Only by using the torso as the palm and the four limbs as the fingers, and borrowing the strength of a bone transformation body cultivator's powerful mortal body, can I completely compress this even more powerful sword qi. Excitement flickered in Huang Xiaoyan's eyes as his demonic energy surged madly. Countless dark golden rays of light flowed down his bulging muscles, converging towards his chest. With a wong sound, Huang Xiaoyan's chest lit up with a dazzling golden light, outlining a small sword several inches long. This was the bone inside the human body that was most similar to the shape of a sword, the sternum. A violent and sharp force rolled, and the skin on his chest split open inch by inch, revealing the sword protrusion of his sternum. The origin energy field around his body also collapsed towards his chest, and his sternum began to tremble violently. At this moment, the scales on the body of the late-stage demon general, who was still urging his demon energy, stood up. But before he could do anything, he heard the crisp sound of sword. Boom! Accompanied by a dark golden sword light, the late-stage demon general's waist and abdomen exploded, revealing a fist-sized hole. A 3-inch nascent soul was inside, its small eyes still somewhat dazed. There was also a hole in its nascent soul. Then, this demon nascent soul was like a shattered porcelain, cracking with cracks and collapsing into pure demon qi. With a plop, the late-stage demon general's corpse fell to the ground. Huang Xiaoyun floated to the side, his muscles gradually returning to normal. A dark golden sword light, several inches long, shot back from the sky, piercing into his chest. He looked at the late-stage demon general's corpse on the ground and let out a heavy breath. Master was right. Apart from the demon emperor, the rest of the demon race only rely on their physical talents. They don't cultivate their physical bodies. Compared to us body cultivators, their use of their physical bodies is much worse. In this battle, it seemed like he had the upper hand, but only Huang Xiaoyun himself understood that he had borrowed the advantage of the first move to quickly lock down the late-stage demon general. It had to be known that after a body cultivator completed the integration of their physical bodies, the strength of their limbs would not be limited by their joints. These demon generals had not formed their physical body's source strength, so the strength of their muscles was still limited. Although the strength of his physical body was inferior to the other parties, by locking down the other party's limbs and using sword chi to attack their joints and tendons, he could completely prevent the other party from displaying the strength of a million jin. With the limbs as fingers and the torso as a palm, this late-stage demon general had been squeezed into the palm of his torso. At such a close distance, with a weak waist and abdomen bearing the strongest blow of the demon gold body, he was instantly killed. As for the surrounding demon fog illusions, as long as a body cultivator's divine soul was hidden deep in the spine and protected by their thick blood essence, they would not be affected. Suddenly, the demonic corpse lying on the ground trembled, and a purple ball of light shot out from its chest. Demon soul, Huang Xiaoyun was taken aback. Just as he was about to use his void force, an invisible force mixed with an unyielding will gushed out from the demonic fog, slamming into the soul and shattering it into pieces. Don't be careless. A demon general's divine soul can be stored in its internal organs. Following this voice, a tall late-stage demon general walked out from the demon fog, a golden-haired monkey standing on his shoulder. Great Elder, Senior Brother Jean. Hong Yuntian stepped forward and opened his mouth, shooting a ball of black liquid into the demon corpse's abdomen and condensing it into a ball of flesh and blood essence. After sucking the ball of flesh and blood into his mouth, he turned to look in the direction of the battleship and said softly, "A late-stage demon general went to deal with Xiaoyan. This kid used his void strength to cast the gravity field, so he consumed a lot of his demon chi. He can't fight for a long time. Xiao Jin, go kill that late-stage demon general. Li Qianfeng's battle is almost over. Xiao Yun, take them to support the cultivators on the battleship. Don't let the demon race break into the deck." This king will come after devouring the two demon generals besieged by the silver armor corpses. Okay, yes, Great Elder. Then the demon, the man, and the monkey all shot off in 3 different directions. Chapter 1372. Thump, thump, thump. More and more muffled vibrations came from the ground. Pan Yan's huge body was charging everywhere, dodging the pursuing late-stage demon general while storing the giant ballistae on the ground into his rib space. Such a move scared the other demon soldiers into hastily putting away their ballistae. They didn't set up any ballista formation, but took advantage of the arrival of the late-stage demon general to scatter. Through this period of observation, the surrounding demon soldiers discovered that although this gravitational field was strange, its range was limited. At most, it could affect a range of 20 zhang. As long as they scattered enough, the number of demon soldiers affected would be less, and they would be able to set up a new formation. Bang! With a loud bang, the 2 hammers with black halos smashed into the muscles on Pan Yan's shoulders. The power of the demonic yuan qi contained in the hammers caused a cloud of blood to explode and Pan Yan's body to stagger. The pursuing late-stage demon general took this opportunity to rush in. His body was covered in a layer of black halo. He had already tried several times and discovered that as long as he had demon yuan qi attached to him. The influence of this gravitational field would be reduced by more than half. An increase of several tens of thousands of genes was nothing to a late-stage demon general with a physical strength of 1,000,000 genes. If this gravitational field reduced his weight, it would instead make his movements more nimble. The demon stomped on the ground and caught the two hammers that bounced back. The muscles under its scales bulged, exuding an incomparably ferocious aura. With a demon treasure in hand, a late-stage demon general could display a physical strength of 1,000,000 genes and vigorous demon yuan qi. In addition to the destructive power of his demon yuan qi, his fighting strength was even more terrifying than an ordinary 10th-level demon beast. Pan Yan's expression didn't change when he saw that the gravitational field couldn't affect this high-stage demon. The demon yuan qi in his body surged, and the gravitational field that radiated 20 zhong suddenly disappeared. His huge body filled with muscles also rushed toward the other party. However, on his thick palms, a pair of dark yellow gloves had appeared at some unknown time. They seemed to be refined from some special bone material. The fingertips of the gloves were like sharp bone spikes, and there was even a vortex twisting the air above them, emitting an incomparably sharp might. It's the aura of a demon king force field. Just what kind of creature is this? What is this guy trying to do? After that, the countenance of the late-stage devil general changed. He discovered that the other party didn't make any defensive moves. It was as though the other party wanted to use his fleshly body to resist his hammers, exchanging injury for injury. He hesitated for a moment, and the twin demonic hammers switched from offense to defense, defending against the opponent's bone claws. Clang! With a crisp sound, the bone claw glove and the demonic hammer collided. At this moment, this late-stage demon general felt a strange fluctuation coming from the two claws. It was the same gravitational field as before, but this force field only radiated a few qi. His arm and a small part of his torso were affected. Although he was protected by demonic yuan qi, the weight of this part of his body was still reduced by half. It seemed to be even more powerful. The weight of the muscles in his arms, shoulders, arms, and waist suddenly changed, causing the core power transmission of this demon general's body to stagnate. In the next moment, the other party's incomparably sturdy body crashed into his demonic body. Boom! As though he had crashed into a small mountain flying at high speed. This late-stage demon general saw stars in his eyes. His purplish-black demonic body was easily sent flying. At this moment, a golden figure shot out from the demonic fog. It was a golden-haired monkey. The moment it flew out, the surrounding demonic yuan qi rolled and gathered behind it, forming the phantom of a black demonic ape. Roar! A sky-shaking roar came out of the little monkey's mouth. The demonic ape phantom behind it turned into a faint black halo, mixing with the sound waves, and charged at the hundreds of demon soldiers and the 30 demon generals scattered on the ground. This sky-piercing roar was more than twice as fast as before. The surrounding demons didn't even have time to gather together to resist before they were hit by the terrifying sound waves. Those demon generals seemed to have been immobilized, standing on the ground in a daze. As for the remaining hundreds of demon soldiers, besides standing in a daze, those near the center of the sound waves had black blood seeping out of their scales. Their bodies seemed to have suffered heavy injuries. Following this roar, the golden monkey's body rapidly expanded, instantly turning into a black demonic ape just like the previous phantom. Its huge body was 20 feet tall, and its arms were like pillars supporting the heavens. The only difference was that it had 4 golden ears on both sides of its head. Its palms, which were larger than millstones, were twisted with several layers of silver palm shadow force fields. With a wave of vibrating power, it separately slapped the head and abdomen of the late-stage demon general in the air. A series of muffled explosions sounded. The struggling late-stage demon general stopped moving and fell to the ground with a plop. Then, the 20 feet tall black demonic ape, together with Pan Yan, rushed into the group of 30 demon generals affected by the sky-piercing roar. The terrifying air waves and the fluctuations of the gravitational field rolled again. It's that long-armed demon ape again. It has appeared. We're the 5 clansmen. Demon King Force Field. It's the Demon King Force Field again. What kind of race are these monsters? The 10 late-stage demon generals in the air saw the changes in the blink of an eye. Fear of the unknown appeared in their eyes. Just as they were hesitating whether to go over and help, 2 terrifying Yuan Qi pressure soared into the sky from afar. When Lu Jinyuan and Yu Longfei discovered that the demon generals on the ground were suppressed by the body refining pavilion, they seemed to have a tacit understanding and did not hesitate to activate their spirit treasures in an attempt to entangle the 10 late-stage demon generals. Faced with the attacks of 2 pseudo-soul formation stage experts, these high-level demon generals looked grave and had no choice but to stay where they were. If they left, the demon generals on the battleship would not be able to resist such a terrifying Yuan Qi ability. For a moment, there were terrifying Yuan Qi fluctuations in the air on both sides of the battleship. On the other side, the battle on the deck of the Big Dipper battleship had also reached its climax. 70 to 80 early and middle-stage demon generals were in the front half of the deck. The cultivators who came from the other nodes of the formation were in the air at the rear of the deck. At this moment, they were controlling their magic treasures and spells from afar, constantly attacking their opponents. As time passed, these demon generals' expressions became more and more serious. They were all nascent soul stage experts. Although they were hindered by the demonic fog, they could still detect the battle on the ground. The first to attack the demonic fog was the 3-headed and 6-armed monster, the long-armed demon ape just now, the humanoid creatures with abnormally strong bodies, and the excited human cultivators around them. When all of these were connected, the demon cultivators had a bad premonition. This immortal cultivation world seemed to be different from 700 years ago. Although they had gathered their strength to attack the battleship and killed the 9 nascent soul stage cultivators guarding it with lightning speed, the battleship still maintained its formation. Clearly, the key was in the cabin below the deck. However, the deck was not only mixed with many spiritual materials, but also reinforced with countless formation arrays. Its strength was even comparable to that of a spirit treasure imitation. Under the siege of almost twice the number of nascent soul stage cultivators, these demon generals could not break the deck in a short time. Under the impact of a large number of magic treasures, they were still retreating bit by bit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, several extremely strong figures rushed out of the fog on the ground. These creatures looked like humans. Their bodies were twisted with the unique force field of the Demon King, and they attacked the demon generals on the ground. Punches and punches mixed with the screams of the demon generals came from the ground below, causing the demon generals on the battleship to feel a great pressure. There are strong enemies in front and behind us. We are in a quagmire. Unless the Demon King defeats those pseudo-soul formation stage humans, we are in danger. What should we do? Should we retreat? Just as these demon generals were panicking, a steady voice sounded in the minds of all the demon generals. You are wrong. We still have a chance. The demon generals could not help but look over. In the center of the demon generals, there were 3 strong demon generals. They were all at the peak of the mid-stage soul formation stage. The one who spoke was the demon general with the thickest muscles. He sat cross-legged on the deck. The other 2 demon generals pressed their hands on his shoulders. Waves of purplish-black lightning energy surged in their bodies and were continuously injected into him. The demon general who sat cross-legged had a determined expression. He looked at the 7 nascent souls in front of him. They were the nascent souls that the demon generals had captured alive. Luo Shan, devour the nascent souls. Break through to the pseudo-demon emperor stage. When the surrounding demon generals saw this scene, they were all shaken. Then they turned around and surrounded the nascent souls. Then the strongest demon general swallowed the nascent souls one by one. Chapter 1373. High up in the sky of the Big Dipper Formation, inside the forbidden space that was surrounded by the thunderclouds, there was a fiery red bird, a blue ice phoenix, a golden halberd, a yellow seal the size of a small mountain, a purple lightning hammer, and a crescent moon wind blade. These 6 types of powerful techniques that exuded a strong pressure of yuan qi constantly drilled out of the yuan qi cloud. With the help of several divine spirit treasures, they took turns to attack the 6 devil kings. Although the spells and divine spirit treasures of the soul formation level were much weaker than the devil artifacts wielded by the devil kings, they had the advantage in that these spells were endless. In addition, this forbidden space isolated the devil essence, so these pseudo-soul formation cultivators had the upper hand for now. Shui Man, this female demon king, lifted the great axe in her hands and chopped apart a firebird. Her right leg kicked away a deep yellow ring, and she connected her divine sense with the other demon kings. She coldly snorted. These human pseudo-soul formation cultivators want to consume our devil essence. Too naive. We are not the devil king prisoners that were sent here before. Use your devil powers. As they spoke, a force field that was 3 feet long gushed out from the devil king's bodies. There was a trace of purple-black lightning energy in it, like a special electric field. Then, these force fields started to spin with their bodies as the core and rushed toward the pseudo-soul formation cultivators in the center. The soul formation spells that were chasing after them were directly distorted after colliding with the rotating lightning force field, and those divine spiritual treasures were sent flying by the demonic weapons in the hands of the Demon King. Although the powerful spells around them could be cast continuously, each pseudo-soul formation cultivator could only control 2 at a time. At this moment, they could only watch the 6 devil kings quickly approach them. Shui Feng, block their Dharma treasures. The rest of you, form a formation with me. Okay, yes. The devil king that had just broken through changed the weapon in his hand. He held 2 black shields and tried to block the divine spirit treasures with his explosive speed. The remaining 5 devil kings stood in a circle. With the help of the lightning energy, their force fields fused together, forming a special force field ring that surrounded the pseudo-divine transformation stage cultivator. The faces of fire spirit supremacy and the others changed. At this moment, they suddenly felt that their connection with the Big Dipper formation had been weakened by more than half. Even their divine spirit treasures had become a little blurry. This force field ring mixed with lightning energy was like a special kind of primordial spirit chain that sealed their primordial spirits. The 6 yuan qi spells in the restrictive space quickly dimmed and disappeared, and the flying speed of the divine spirit treasures also slowed down. As for the 2 origin qi clouds that enveloped this place, they were trembling non-stop, and cracks even appeared. Sensing the changes in the Big Dipper formation, the 5 demon kings who had formed a circle revealed sinister smiles. They raised their respective demon weapons and attacked the 6-colored barrier before them. Boom, boom, boom. A series of rumbling sounds could be heard, and the majestic waves of primordial qi rushed back and forth. The light inside the 6-colored shield flickered nonstop, and its recovery speed could not keep up with the speed of damage. It quickly dimmed. After several dozen breaths of time, cracks began to appear on the barrier. In addition, the yuan qi cloud beneath their feet had also completely split open, revealing the battlefield below. They're besieging a battleship. Something's not right. Why do we lose so many demon generals? Wait, those creatures below seem to have demon king force fields. They look like humans, just like that monster. These demon kings soon discovered the disciples of the body refining pavilion on the ground, and their expressions changed. Shui Man said in a deep voice, "Let's deal with these pseudo-soul formation cultivators first." Their attacks didn't stop. After several breaths of time, the defensive barrier activated by the Big Dipper formation shattered with a loud bang. Then the 5 demon kings, in addition to the Bloodwind demon king who had just broken through, rushed forward. The 3-foot force field dispersed, and through the pressure of the invisible force field, the pseudo-soul formation cultivators were locked in the center. Destroy them, and then go down and kill those strange creatures and humans. As she spoke, the blood barbarian female demon king raised the demon axe in her hand. The giant axe contained 1,000,000 gene of strength and demon essence, and viciously chopped down at the blue-robed northern frost fairy in front of her. Clang! A violent wave of air billowed out. The expected sound of flesh and blood being cut apart didn't appear. Instead, what replaced it was the crisp sound of metal striking metal. Shui-Man felt as if his axe had chopped down on solid armor. She focused her eyes and saw that the opponent's head was covered by a strange golden armor at some unknown time. Her demon axe chopped down on the golden armor, and some golden fragments splashed out. Shui-Man was stunned for a moment. Then he heard several similarly crisp sounds of collisions. A massive amount of energy and demon essence overflowed in all directions. The robes that these pseudo-divine transformation masters wore were torn apart, revealing shining golden armor underneath. What kind of magic weapon is this? The 8 human cultivators in front of her all wore golden armor that clung to their bodies. Strange spiral patterns were engraved on the armor, as if it was made of some kind of bone material. It contained a strange energy that was a mixture of blood and essence chi. The surrounding demon kings were stunned. They had seen powerful defensive magic weapons before, but the golden armor in front of them was able to withstand attacks while also absorbing 1,000,000 gene of strength. After these human cultivators were struck by the demon artifact, their bodies didn't even sway. However, when Shui-Man saw the golden fragments scattered around, her eyes narrowed. This defensive magic weapon is easily damaged. It will break after a few more attacks. The other demon kings heard this and raised their demon artifacts to attack once more. The pseudo-soul formation cultivators were squeezed in the middle by the force fields of the 6 demon kings. They simply didn't have any room to move, so they could only stimulate their true essence to help defend themselves. But in the face of powerful demon artifacts, their true essence shields simply couldn't withstand the all-out attack of the demon kings. Clang, clang, clang. Several crisp sounds echoed out as more golden fragments were chopped down. The several demon kings also discovered that the strange energy within the golden armor had been weakened by a great deal. They couldn't help but feel refreshed. However, at this moment, an extremely violent will suddenly rose from the surrounding golden fragments. They instantly turned into blobs of golden blood that passed through the demon king's force field and landed on the purplish-black scales on the surface of their bodies. In the next moment, this golden liquid turned into a bloody mist. It seemed to ignore the demon king's bodies, bringing with it a greedy aura as it submerged into the gaps between their scales. The 6 demon kings suddenly felt a bloodline aura that contained a violent will appear within their bodies. Their muscles became limp, and they couldn't even hold onto the demon artifacts in their hands. The force fields around their bodies also vanished without a trace. What the hell is this? My mortal body seems to be out of control. The demon kings cried out in alarm. The nerves in their bodies seemed to have been severed, and they couldn't control their muscles. They had to rely on the demonic essence within their bodies to stabilize their bodies. Supremacy Fire Spirit immediately discovered the strangeness of the demon kings. Magic weapons gushed out from his body and smashed into the demon king's tall bodies. Although he wasn't able to injure them in a hurry, the power contained within sent the demon kings flying away. Then, they quickly communicated with their divine, spiritual treasures. Spells flashed in their hands as they communicated with the heavenly spirit formation again. The 6 special essence chi waves began to recover. A 6-colored essence chi shield appeared around them. The essence chi clouds above and below also stopped trembling and gradually stabilized. As for the demon kings who had lost control of their bodies, they could only rely on the thick demonic essence within their bodies to defend against the pseudo-soul formation's attacks. Their demon artifacts revolved around their bodies. Suddenly, the 6 demon kings felt a special wave. They couldn't help but look through the gaps in the essence chi clouds at the battleship that had gathered a large number of demon generals. The aura of demonic energy, the aura of a pseudo-demon emperor's breakthrough. This is our chance. They were pleasantly surprised. The demon artifacts around them lit up with demonic light. 6 solid, dark, purple shadows of axes and hammers passed through the gaps in the essence chi clouds that were about to close up and shot towards the battlefield below. However, these demon kings didn't have time to launch a second round of attacks before the essence chi clouds below closed up again. Fortunately, after a few seconds, the violent will in their bodies that was blocking their nerves weakened a lot. Under the agitation of their primordial spirits and demonic energy, clouds of blood mist were squeezed out from the surface of their bodies. Finally, they condensed into a small drop of golden blood and fell into the demon palms. At this time, the aura of the violent will completely disappeared. However, before these demon kings could investigate, a destructive aura surged out from the golden blood. Black and white halos intertwined. Boom, boom, boom. The scales on the demon's palms cracked under the violent, destructive energy, revealing some of the flesh and blood inside. Although they didn't suffer much damage, these demon kings all fell silent. They looked at the golden armor of the human cultivators in the distance. Other than fear in their eyes, there was also some fear of the unknown. The violent will. It's the will of that monster. What kind of divine ability is this? It can make us lose our physical strength for a short period of time. This golden blood can also self-destruct. We can't let it enter our bodies. Damn it! We almost killed these pseudo-soul formation cultivators. Calm down. One of our people has broken through to the pseudo-demon emperor realm. Once he destroys the formation, we'll use our long-range divine ability to kill these pseudo-soul formation cultivators. Divine transformation stage spells of various colors appeared in this restricted space again. Together with the divine spiritual treasures, they engaged in a fierce battle with the 6 fiend kings again. However, these demon kings' expressions were much more serious than before. Chapter 1374. High up in the sky, far away from the battlefield, a distorted force field sphere with a diameter of 6 meters was constantly tumbling between the clouds. The demonic artifacts in the hands of the 4 demon emperors had already been put away. Their bodies were spread out in a circle, wrapped around the force field sphere. In addition to the radiation force field on the surface of their bodies, there was also dark purple lightning energy intertwined. They looked a little strained, trying their best to maintain this lightning-like force field cage. Lu Kuan's burly body was trapped in it, but he looked calm. The surface of his body exuded a circle of pale, golden force field, resisting the pressure of the dark purple force field cage. At the same time, his hands and feet were constantly changing. His hands sometimes formed palms, sometimes formed fists. Accompanied by these movements, golden halos constantly gushed out of his body, condensing into different golden phantoms outside his palms. These solid phantoms changed into palms, claws, fists, fingertips, and so on. They constantly bombarded the dark purple force field around them. Although no sound came out, every attack made the force field cage tremble. The faces of the 4 demon emperors became more and more solemn. Their shining purple-black chests dimmed with each tremor. After a short while, Lu Kuan stopped his movements, stretched his body, and said, "This battle formation of the demon race is not simple. It actually fuses the force fields inside together. Although it can't integrate the power of 4 demon emperors, it can generate more than 2 million kilograms of power in another way." Demon Emperor Luo Yu, who was the leader, finally couldn't help but ask, "What kind of creature are you? Why do you have the force field ability of our saint race?" Lu Kuan crossed his arms and quietly floated in the force field cage. Because he stopped attacking, the dark purple force field stopped shaking. He smiled slightly and said, "Lu's body is that of a human. and he speaks the human language. What race do you think he is? Human? That's impossible. He must have been taken over by another race. Races with inferior bloodlines can't cultivate the Demon King force field at all. Although the 4 demon emperors had some guesses in their hearts, after hearing the other party's answer, they still couldn't believe it. The monster they were dealing with was actually a human who had cultivated to the middle stage of the Demon Emperor realm. Even within the saints, those that walked down the road of a Demon Emperor were extremely rare individuals. They either inherited a high-level bloodline or had astonishing mortal talent. Humans were born with weak bodies, so how could they cultivate to such a terrifying level? When Lu Kuan heard the words of these demon emperors, he lifted his chin slightly and glanced at the 4 tall figures in front of him. He said proudly, "The true bloodline talent of the human race is not something that you foreign races can understand." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, and a ball of golden blood appeared in his palm. It condensed into a ball the size of a head, and there were purplish-black lightning particles swimming within it. For example, the energy you used to temporarily trap Lu was easily suppressed by the human bloodline. Mana, how is this possible? The 4 demon emperors focused their eyes, and their complexions changed. When they were dealing with Lu Kuan, the 4 demon emperors had joined forces to activate the demon artifact. Not only had they fused the power of their demon origin energy, but they had also added in the unique physical energy of a demon emperor. After exploding the demon origin energy hammer shadow, the mana had fused with the power of their origin energy and temporarily controlled the other party's body. This gave them time to use this supernatural power field cage. But who would have thought that the unique energy of a demon emperor would not only not harm the other party's body, but it would also be collected? This situation could only be achieved by a middle-stage demon emperor with a high-level bloodline. If this human in front of them could do this, didn't it mean that his bloodline was stronger than theirs? Then, the 4 demon emperors looked at the ball of golden blood in Lu Kuan's hand, and their expressions were a little dazed. Was this the human bloodline that the other party spoke of? But the violent aura emitted from it didn't seem like a human at all, but more like some unknown, terrifying creature. Lu Kuan looked at the reactions of these demon emperors and thought in his heart. So this special energy of the demon emperors was called mana. Mana was stronger than the fake demon emperor's lightning energy, and it seemed to be fused with demon origin energy. This energy confused the force fields of several demon emperors to form a special battle array. Now that I have entered the viscera stage, with the support of my blood origin energy, the force field radiated by the bone treasure is the same as the demon emperors, and it has a color change. Then, can viscera stage body cultivators fuse their source force fields with the help of their blood origin energy to form a special battle array. Lu Kuan, Hong Yuntian, and Xiao Jin's 3 heads, 6 arms also fused their power and force fields together. It was even more complete than these demon emperors, and their power was fully superimposed. The combination of the power of 2 heads and 4 arms relied on Hong Yuntian's blood chi and demonic chi to create the flesh doppelganger. The 3 heads and 6 arms was the foundation, and he added the 6-eared macaque's bloodline backlash and the Beast King transformation. 2 heads and 4 arms were a bit better. In the future, demon transformation and bone transformation disciples would be able to use this ability if they met the conditions. But 3 heads and 6 arms would be impossible. But the strange battle formation of these demon emperors was able to combine the power of 3 or even 4 demon emperors together, giving them the strength to fight across realms. This kind of joint mystical ability was what body cultivators truly needed. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Lu Kuan seemed to sense something. He looked towards the distant astral heaven array. The 4 demon emperors also sensed something. They turned their heads and saw that the spell space wrapped in origin energy clouds began to violently tremble. Faint cracks began to appear, as if it would break at any moment. The demon emperors relaxed. Such a scene meant that Xuan Man and the others would be able to deal with the fake divine transformation human soon. They would soon arrive to support them. This human in front of them was simply a monster. Over half of the essence spirit left behind by the Demon King had been consumed. They feared they wouldn't be able to last much longer. So, after hearing this human speak, the 4 demon emperors felt a great deal of relief. If this human continued to attack, their essence spirits would be consumed at an even faster rate. They simply wouldn't be able to last much longer. But in the next moment, the expressions of the 4 demon emperors froze. In the distance, the origin energy clouds that were about to shatter seemed to be replenished with some sort of energy. They began to heal, returning to their original appearance. What's going on? Has Shui Man and the others' offensive been blocked? What other special cards do those fake divine transformation human have? Lu Kun was also a bit surprised. These demon kings were much stronger than he had imagined. Through the perception of the flesh and bone armor, he discovered that Supremacy Fire Spirit and the others had been attacked by the demon kings at almost the same time. Then, he looked at the force field cage that wrapped around them, a thoughtful look on his face. Demon emperors can use their demon essence energy to form special battle arrays. Demon kings have similar energy, so they can naturally combine their force fields. If I hadn't fused the flesh and bone armor with the flesh and blood spirit's supernatural power, these guys would have only been able to hold on for a little longer under the pressure of the Demon King's force fields. The golden liquid that Lu Kun had given to those fake divine transformation human beings contained the violent bloodline Primordial Spirit, which had fused with the flesh and bone armor. After his experiments, he discovered that the flesh and blood spirit's supernatural power had greatly increased after entering the Zhongyuan stage. The fragments of the armor that had fallen off were equivalent to the flesh and blood spirit's supernatural power. When they entered the enemy's body, they would invade the enemy's physical nerves. As long as the enemy's body was weaker than Lu Kun's, they would lose control of their physical nerves. Lu Kun could even control their body. The will of the primordial spirit of a traditional immortal cultivator would invade the weak divine soul. The bloodline primordial spirit of a body cultivator at the Zhongyuan stage would attack the body's nervous system. There aren't many bloodline primordial spirits left. Although those demon kings only lost control of their bodies for a moment, it was enough for those fake divine transformation human beings to regain control of the situation. However, the remaining bloodline primordial spirits are only enough for the flesh and blood spirit's supernatural power to be used once. Also, those demon kings have suffered losses, so they will definitely avoid contact. Thinking of this, Lu Kun sighed and said, Lu originally wanted to talk for a while longer, but those fake divine transformation human beings won't be able to hold on for long. I'd better finish you off as soon as possible. Hearing this, the 4 demon emperors immediately thought of the 3 heads and 6 arms divine power. They looked as if they were facing a great enemy. The demon essence energy in their bodies surged, and the force fields became more stable. Lu Kun looked at the reaction of these demon emperors, smiled, and said, You must be wondering why I only have the violent will in my body this time. The other 2 are gone, and I dare to face 4 demon emperors alone without transforming into 3 heads and 6 arms. His eyes gradually lit up with golden light, and the power of qi and blood in his body began to surge violently. That's because my cultivation has improved, and I have a bloodline divine power that is more suitable for battle. Violent. Accompanied by a deep voice, Lu Kun's internal organs curled up into a ball. Spots of white light gushed out from the bloodline pool in his internal dantian. The golden violent will in the double helix runes began to tremble violently, as if it would break at any time. On the surface of his body, golden blood vessels emerged from under his skin. The entire surface of his body seemed to be engraved with dense golden tadpole-shaped runes. An extremely violent and terrifying aura surged out from his body. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.